The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Oh, now it's light and we have sound. Good morning. Good morning. I now call the May 7th, 2026 special administrative briefing and work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Marian, please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Marian, modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. I will now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I'd like to ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
The notice for the May 7th, 2026 administrative briefing and work session was published on the district website on April 30th, 2026. Proof of notification has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez-Young. Dr. Brewer, we would love to start off with your administrative briefing.
Good morning. Thank you. I first want to start off by acknowledging a terrible accident that we had here in Marion County yesterday that involved one of our school bus drivers, and I want to let the family know how incredibly sorry we are and that our thoughts and prayers are with the family as they grieve this terrible loss. And with that, I want to switch over to speak to some of the events that are happening on our school campuses. We had an exciting week taking place with us recognizing teachers and non-instructional staff and front desk clerks and all of the people that make the wonderful things happen in our schools. We also recognize our nurses for our Nurse Appreciation Day. So there's lots of appreciation this week taking place in our schools. at the same time, our students were testing. So we are encouraged by the scores that we are seeing coming through each day, and they will continue throughout the next couple of weeks. So families, just keep the students rested and make sure they're coming to school every single day so they can show us everything they've learned this year. I also want to make comment on Mr. Whitehouse will present the South Marion High School plan today, and there was an adjustment made based on some work within our finance department, so we are not going to need to utilize the COPS certification and participation for that project. So he will explain the makeup of the South Marion High School third floor. But with that, we have secured an architecture for the Booster Stadium project. We will use the Monarch Design Group, and they have already begun the work. And so they will provide us information and be able to present that with Mr. Whitehouse and Mr. Tucker at the May 21st work session. So we are excited and looking for a great presentation from them so we can get a consensus from the board to move forward with that project. So Chair, that's all my comments this morning.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brewer. We have a couple different items today, and we have some of our charter schools in attendance, so good morning, and we look forward to hearing from you all. We're going to start with an update from our strategic plan workshops with Mr. Whitehouse, and so we look forward to hearing some updates.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair, and good morning, board members and Superintendent Brewer. I'm here to share our final update on the strategic plan.
Sorry, I'm just giving hand waves. So you're just not very loud up here. So if I can't hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
start over. Good morning, you guys hear me now?
It's completely in the house and not in the monitors on stage. Thank you.
Feel free to continue.
Okay, great. So we're going to provide our final update on the strategic plan that we've been working on all year in preparation for board approval at the end of this month. You'll note that we have a special guest presenter with us this morning, Mr. Luke Lombardo, who was a part of our steering committee, and he's going to be co-presenting with me this morning. So we're looking forward to sharing some of our updates and then certainly answering any questions that you all may have. So we have three key areas that we're going to work through this morning with our strategic plan. So the first part is coming back to our vision that we talked about at the last work session. And so we're going to, again, just talk about where we left our vision statement the last time. We had workshopped that a little bit in that work session, and we want to come to a final landing point for our vision statement with the strategic plan. We're also going to share our final update with the Portrait of a Graduate, which has been a work in progress this year as well, and we're excited for our final project. And then we're going to review each of the strategic goals with you all and answer any questions that you may have about those before we publish the final strategic plan. So as you'll see on the screen, we have our timeline that we've been working through this year. So we started with our initial strategic planning steering committee in November, and that initial plan group was made up of district staff, school-based representatives, including school administrators, teachers, community members, a parent, and we also had our student representative, Mr. Luke Lombardo, who was representing our student group in that planning committee. And then we worked through several work sessions with you all. We also launched surveys with all of our stakeholders, including student surveys, parent surveys, and staff surveys. And then we have also worked through focus groups, including a teacher focus group and a student focus group, as we've been building this strategic plan along the way. And so we are now at our final work session on May 7th, and then the May 26th board meeting. We will have the final agenda, or the final strategic plan on that agenda for approval, and that will allow us to roll out the district strategic plan this summer and start building the action plans with our district and school teams around each of those priority areas. And I've said this before, but just want to make sure I reiterate, that communication is going to be a critical component of each of those action plans embedded in the work that we do. So before we jump into it, I did want to just provide Luke an opportunity to just share briefly about his experience with the Strategic Planning Committee, and so I will turn it over to him at this time.
Good morning, Chair Dr. James, Superintendent Dr. Brewer, and board members. Being able to participate in the strategic planning process was truly an eye-opening experience for me. It showed me how much goes into making sure that every student succeeds and has an opportunity to reach their full potential. And something that I thought was really amazing is it isn't just those who are involved in the school district or in the school system. It's community leaders, it's business owners, it's parents, and it's students like me that had an opportunity to take part in this decision-making process, which I just thought was super amazing because it taps into really showing that all the stakeholders in our community are important and are crucial to making sure that we're able to make good decisions and really just make sure that the students in this community have an opportunity to succeed and grow to be amazing people. And I'm truly grateful to have had this opportunity and this experience because really it shows not just how our school system works, but being able to work with people who work in our government and our community and just everyone, and being able to communicate, to present, and to bring forward my ideas and to feel like I was truly heard in this process was just really amazing. So I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity and thank Mr. Whitehouse for really being there as a mentor the whole time, and just thank you. It was really an amazing opportunity, and I hope you guys like what we have to present here.
Thank you for being a part of the process. It's Dr. Campbell's idea a few years ago of having student board members has really blossomed into now we have one of our student board members here speaking to us about a strategic plan. So pretty awesome stuff, full circle.
And I will add, he has made a college decision, but I'll let him share that with you later.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to kick off with our vision statement. So as you all recall, the last work session, we talked about our vision statement. We workshopped that a little bit. What we landed on at that work session is before you, the Supporting Every Student's Pathway to Success. Our current vision statement right now for the school district is helping every student succeed. And so I wanted to just come back to this again as you all had a chance to think about this for the last month. And with that, Dr. Campbell had asked if we could look at a cost breakdown, as our vision statement is currently embedded within our logo for branding for the school district and is featured in a number of places. And so if we were to change the vision, obviously we would have to update any of those places where the vision statement is featured with our logo. So we just want to be able to provide some of those ideas just so you can see what the cost would be. Certainly this is not an exhaustive list. This is just some of the key areas that we thought of as a group of where we're seeing our vision statement that would need to be adjusted. So the first one is the marquee right outside here at the Bridgeway campus. Redoing that marquee signing with the new logo would be about a $700 investment. We have painted the vision statement as part of the logo on some of the district offices where we have been updating the paint. And so that would certainly be not much of a cost to simply just paint over it, and could be a phased approach as we go through over the next year. We do have floor signs that include the school district logo. Those run about $100 each for any of those floor signs that feature the district logo. We have obviously various publications that are out there, and that's digital, so not much of a cost there, but just making sure we identify all of those and are able to update with the new logo. Our car decals on the white fleet all feature the logo with the current vision statement, and so those are $25 per decal. We have just shy of 400 vehicles within the white fleet. Not all of them have the updated logo on them. Some of them still have the old BPI logos that we have originally. So it would not be all of them that would need to be updated, but certainly a good number. And again, that can be a phased approach over time. Mr. Christian has some branded merchandise that he uses as part of his PR work. He valued that estimate at about $2,500 worth of branded merchandise that he's acquired. And then our large step and repeat for the school district is about an $800 investment. So I'll pause there because we certainly want to make sure we land on our vision statement before moving forward.
I'll just start by saying I know Dr. Campbell and I have talked about this publicly before. I cannot stand that some of our white fleet have the BPI logo because it looks like the county government vehicles and not our vehicles. So if we were going to do this, making sure they all get updated, I think would be wonderful. So I like where we landed. I like the way that it reads. And I feel comfortable moving forward in this direction, but I open it up for the board to provide their comment. Board Member Thrower?
Or why not? I'm supporting every student's pathway to success. Still don't have it up on my screen, so whatever's happening with board docs is continuing to happen, but it's also not up here anymore, and that's good because I could still remember it. I think that's really important. You know, helping every student succeed was so easy. And so I can get behind it.
Wonderful. Board Member Conrad?
Sure. Yes, I like it. I'm on board. Question-wise, out of this list here, beside the floor signs, what are on our school campus? Which will be additions to our school campuses? Any?
None. So the only thing that's impacting a school campus is the Bridgeway campus, since we share obviously the school district office with Bridgeway, and so we have our district logo on the marquee out front. None of the other school marquees use the district logo. It's all school-based logos.
Okay, so really, I love everything you have here, and I think it's a minimalist list. You've done a really great job of minimizing the expense, but I would like to see personally something at each school, because that's where, to me, the work matters on each campus, and so that our staff and our students, you know, it's a powerful statement, you know. So anyway, I just would like some thoughts on that.
Yes, so the district logo is featured on any of the publications. So when we put out like our core values posters, things that we have featured in the front office on our campus, those are the publications that we would have to work on updating.
Okay.
Yeah. And also the tall code of honor,
and that's on
right?
here.
Yes,
Floor
code of
signs,
civility.
Yes.
are on
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
To me personally, I think about when I walk into the front office or I walk into the front of the school, I think there should be something more permanent that expresses for the next 5 years, this is what our focus is on, and we're reminded of that whether we come in as a parent, a volunteer, a staff member, or a student. This is our direction, you know, for the next 5 years. So that's just my suggestion.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Reverend Cummings or Dr. Campbell?
Madam Chair, good morning. I too like this vision statement. It's an easy statement, but I do concur with Board Member Conrad that it should be integrated into every campus somewhere. It needs to be out front it needs to be out front for the community to get it, for the students to get it, for every person that touches a MCPS property. They need to know it, whether they're staff, whomever it is. I believe that certain branding gets in the minds of our minds, and it just keeps being repeated over and over. I do have a question with this. Is there a certain grade level that we start with the branding? Do we start at VPK? When do we start with the branding?
So the branding of using the vision is anywhere that our MCPS logo is featured. And so with the exception of where you just see the mortarboard logo, most of our documents and posters and things we put out there have the mortarboard with Marion County Public Schools and the vision statement listed underneath it. And so we do that branding everywhere, including Fordham, any of the publications we do at any of our schools, it's featured on those.
Thank you.
Dr. Campbell?
Sounds like I would be in the minority if I chose to still keep our existing vision statement what it is. I appreciate having the cost breakdown here. This is by no means actually showing us real dollar amounts. I mean, it gives us, but just saying floor signs pop up $100 each. We know that there's 1, 2, maybe 3 floor signs at each school potentially. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars that this is going to cost us. So I can completely respect if my fellow board members think that that is doable and a different direction that we want to go. when every dollar matters and every penny counts when what we're talking about right now, I just don't know that it's the time to do it. But it sounds like I am the only one that believes that to be the case. So I can respect my fellow board members in switching the vision to what we have before us.
Yes, ma'am.
Board Member Thurr.
Thank you, and Board Member Campbell, please know that you are not the only one that feels that way. I said from the beginning, helping every student succeed is just so easy and so memorable and captures everything, the essence of what we do and should be doing every single minute of every single day. Helping every student succeed. I don't care if it's, signing thank you for the first time or doing, advanced trigonometry. We're here to teach and help every student succeed. It doesn't get any simpler or any better than that, and that's why I shared my example of, even though it was off the screen, at least it's one I could remember. I don't have a problem with it, supporting every student's pathway to success. It's just another way of saying the same simple statement. So you raise a great point, Board Member Campbell. I mean, here we are, reducing employees at schools, and what was shared was not a total list by a long shot of how much this is going to cost. I appreciate, what you were able to pull together, but based on what I just shared, if it's still the consensus of the rest of the board, then that's the way it's going to go. But this is one of those rare kind of win-wins because both are really good. It's a fresh outlook. We've had the other one for 5 years, but I've never heard one complaint. So if it ain't broke, sorry for the bad grammar, we all know the ending.
Thank you for sharing. Reverend Cummings, does your thought pattern stay the same?
My thought patterns are the same. I concur with Dr. Campbell about it. We know that there's a cost factor involved, and we do know that we're in some difficult waters right now. But it doesn't matter either way. They both say the same thing. But I'm good with the new vision statement. I think this is a new administration. I think the new administration has to put their mark on it, and I think this is a way of the new administration and this new leadership group having their fingerprint on and being responsible for this vision statement. So I'm fine with where we are, the new vision.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Campbell.
Chair, I still am going to stay at the position that I was in due to the cost factor, but what I potentially would recommend, though, is that we just have the logo without a tagline ever, and then that way we'd never have to go through this ever again. And so what the phased approach in my recommendation would be is that we go to just Marion County Public Schools, and that be that, and we never have a tagline ever. Granted, our tagline is our vision, so it is what it is, and so I'm using it as a tagline and vision interchangeably, though those aren't always interchangeably. In the case of what we have done with our branding, it is, though. And so I certainly, again, respect what Reverend Cummings is saying, a new administration, new ideas, all of that. Completely agree with that. My mind immediately went to, I'm so grateful that we're not like other districts that have had a new superintendent every 2 years. Because if we went with that approach, and grateful that we have not, but there are plenty of other districts that have been in a tumultuous situation, and so if we went with that mindset that every new superintendent got to create a brand new vision, then other districts would have a huge cost factor, even more so than what we're talking about today. So that would be my direction. I would appreciate if we went with the new vision, but also worked on a phased out approach to just take the tagline off our branding altogether.
All right. I will, to wrap it up, maybe, I will say I respectfully disagree. I think that every 5 years having a bit of a refresh on our branding is not, I don't see that as wasteful. It's aligned with our strategic plan. It happens to also be aligned with a new superintendent. But to refresh some of our things and refresh our branding and our vision and our focus and where we're headed is not a bad thing. So I think ultimately we'll figure out how Mr. Christian and the team along with Dr. Brewer's leadership, will execute it. And it sounds like there's 3 board members who want to move forward with this new vision. Does that sound correct, board?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right. Well, then it sounds like you're good to move forward. Can we hear about the portrait of a graduate?
Absolutely, and I'm going to turn it back over to Luke so he can talk about the impact of our portrait.
So the reason we decided to do a portrait of a graduate is because we wanted to recognize that school and high school and every level of learning is to prepare you for the next step. So our portrait of a graduate is that a Marion County Public Schools graduate is prepared for a successful pathway beyond graduation, consistently applying integrity, resilience, empathy, and critical thinking. So resilience is really making sure that our students are able to persevere, and integrity is just the ability to do what's right when no one's watching. So making sure that our students are really making sure that their work is their own and that they're able to really grow as individuals, and both academically and personally. And then going back to the resilience, making sure that they are able to grow, they're able to reach that next step, they're able to reach that next goal. And looking at empathy, making sure that our students aren't just smart academically, but they're smart emotionally, and that they're able to have that emotional intelligence and be able to really work with others and not just work on their own. Obviously, individual success is important, and making sure that every student succeeds is also focusing on individual success, but really looking at the idea of empathy and making sure that these students are able to work with each other and make sure that each other succeed and really tap into that emotional side as well is super crucial. And then also critical thinking and making sure that, yes, our students are able to do math and simple stuff like 5 times 5 and be able to do really things by the book, but making sure that our students are able to think outside the box is very crucial to their success, and really making sure that not just their memory and ability to recall things, but things like working memory, where you're able to really take that information in and you're able to further apply it and to critically think and make sure that you're impacting in a positive way, and just really being able to make that change that somebody who is just focused on the books wouldn't be able to. And I think that that's what we're striving towards for our students, and making sure that they are able to have that integrity and be able to do the right thing and have that empathy and be able to, say the right things, and resilience, be able to go forward in the right ways, and critical thinking, be able to do it in the right ways and be able to do it in ways that maybe people haven't done before.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So, board, how do we feel about this portrait of a graduate?
Sure, I'll go.
Board Member Conrad, you want to start?
I love it. I love this portion of our strategic plan. And I particularly love Marion County Public Schools graduate is prepared for a successful pathway beyond graduation. For me, that was the important part of the change for the vision statement. And it might just be me personally, but when we talk about and we use success over and over again, I'm always thinking about college for whatever reason. And so I love this word pathway, because to me it speaks to every student in Marion County Public Schools. So I'm very excited about a portrait of a graduate, and thank you for your work on this item.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because I think that the idea of looking at a pathway isn't just looking at a start point and an end point. You're really talking about being with the students every step of the way and every step of that path. So I really like what we've done with this, and especially including it in our vision, I think was super crucial and is going to really be a great change.
Further comment from the board?
Madam Chair.
Reverend Cummings.
I really like this statement. I really like the statement. I like the vision. I like this. Again, I like the word pathway as well, because it doesn't limit a person to just one direction. When I think of a pathway, I think of a road that has branches that veer into different directions and different places. And it to me, this word pathway says that students may start at one place. They may have one starting point, but there's so many different directions that a person can get through on the pathway that they are going. So I do like it. I'm gonna tell you where I'm at as a pastor. We kind of alliterate things, and we kind of put things in anagrams, and I was sitting there looking at integrity, resilience, empathy, and critical thinking, and I kept trying to come up with this acronym. to make it easier. So the only one I came up with was RICE, R-I-C-E, and I think that's for CPR or something like that, or something else. But I think it's very good.
We actually have said that, so you're right on target.
Okay. I was just thinking like cry spelled wrong, but I don't know that we want to cry.
I want to cry.
Positive, we want something positive.
Board Member Thrower, I saw you leaning forward.
Yes, I concur with the rest of the board, and when I hear the word pathway, I think of two things. First of all, I think of the famous poem by Robert Frost, The Road Less Traveled. And, two roads diversion, sometimes you take the road less traveled, and that makes all the difference. And so that's very appealing to me. And just personally, ideally, we want every student to feel like they have a pathway, that they have a trail, that they can follow and that we will support, that will lead them to their personal definition of success. And we didn't always have that. It was very, I agree with Vice Chair Conrad, it was very rigid. And some of this was top-down expectations, right? You're not going to be successful unless you go to college. Well, that's been debunked thoroughly, and that's a good thing. The two are not mutually exclusive, in my opinion, either, So I'm really grateful for this. I'm grateful to our previous superintendent, Dr. Gullett, that really emphasized the importance of pathways and getting our career and technical education boosted up, our industry certifications. That just continues to be taken forward. There's increasing momentum with this administration, and I couldn't be more grateful. So I think we hit a home run on this one.
Good. Dr. Campbell, anything?
Sure. Everybody's focused on the pathway. I'm focusing on the actual words and the impact each one of them has. And so we'll hear in the community often say that school is about reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? And so I think that this helps everyone start understanding that schools are actually mandated by statute to do a lot more than just educate in the classroom basics and what people would anticipate being education. And it is now schools' responsibilities to ensure that the mental health and wellness of students is impacted every day, and that includes things like resilience and ensuring that they have integrity and ethical standing. All of those things are things we're doing every day, and it's not happening as often in homes as what people might think in some cases, and I'm speaking very broadly here. So what schools are doing now is exactly this, and what we need to be doing even more of to ensure that we're producing healthy citizens in our community. So I especially appreciate empathy, because I know we talked about giving, and if you're never taught to give, then who's going to teach you? And so that's something that you're now going to be able to learn in school, or if you haven't already been, it's a part of this new pathway and Portrait to a Graduate. So I appreciate all the work on it. Certainly the pathway is impactful, but also all the things that help you have grit and the head, heart, and hustle is what my theme is going to be for FSBA, by the way. Head, heart, and hustle. But it's all of those things. And so that's what I appreciate about this portrait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, to wrap it up, I will say I love it. One thing that I would love to see us do is create some kind of self-evaluation tool that kids can do throughout their 4 years in high school, and be able to do some level of progress monitoring on their level of empathy and their level of critical thinking, and taking these statements that are under each word and develop 5 or 10 questions, self-evaluation questions that are aligned to it, so that they can do some self-evaluation and maybe work with a teacher to say, how am I doing in this? So that because it's easy to Monday morning quarterback things, but to see progress monitoring throughout your 4 years in high school, and kind of how are you working on being empathetic? Some kids still don't understand, some adults, shall we say, too, but some students don't understand what empathy is, right? And so just continuing to progress monitor it, I think that would be helpful.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I just was listening to what you were saying about how it gets to that point where that last 4 years. But when I think of this portrait of a graduate, I think of the portrait starting from the very beginning.
Oh, I agree.
From VPK, I think each of these 4 pillars have to be implemented very, very early at some level, at some type of way, and integrated into the daily activities of a student's day. I think this is how I think. I just think that graduation starts at VPK. I think that's the ultimate goal. And if we make sure that we have that push, some parents, they don't think about graduation until 3 weeks before graduation.
Today.
That's the wrong take on that. This thing needs to start when they first start being educated, and so the outcome. So and that way they have more pathways. They have more ways to see what success is going to look like. But I just want to make sure that we start when we do this, that we doing it at an early stage.
I totally agree. I think it should be a part of everything we do from elementary through high school. I was just kind of looking at it like with Mr. Vianello, the program we used to do 10 years ago with Mr. Vianello. Do we still do it? Yeah. And so taking like that program and they do that mapping of where they're going to go and embedding this into that work, which they start that in middle school maybe, right?
Do, and that's the Zello, and I sent you all board as a reminder.
Yes.
Yeah, the Zello.
So, they start taking those self-evaluative tools on kind of the pathways they're going to take. And so how can we embed this into that so that some of that emotional learning components of their pathways can be kind of included, I guess is what I'm looking at. Board Member Thur.
Thank you, and I am keying into, Chair James, you were mentioning of self-evaluation at the high school level. Obviously, it would be a little more formalized than it would be in VPK, but I think that's really a great idea. When I go visit small children, it's typically at Fordham, and I have other elementary schools, but the littlest of the littles, at Fordham, and the teachers do such a great job with already working with the young children to build resiliency, to build perseverance, to build grit, to try again and really support that. And I agree completely with Board Member Cummings that, it's good to articulate it, that we all know that when kids are little, that's when they create formative habits, right? And that will carry you. But to find very intentional ways to do that and keep that at the forefront, and don't lose it in middle school, because the kids are losing it in middle school. It's just one of those most challenging times, and we're all just grateful to get through that day. But that's kind of when the stage where they need it the most, so that they can really be well positioned for high school and to benefit from all the incredible activities and opportunities that we have now. So.
Awesome.
Final 2 cents.
Well, it sounds like we love the portrait of a graduate. So thank you for your work and your leadership in this, Luke. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Board. I'm glad to see we're all on the same page, because that is actually the next 2 steps that we're going to be doing with this portrait of a graduate. One is to break this down by grade level in terms of how we can intentionally build these skills into our daily instruction. So think of curriculum mapping, but for soft skills. And so really working through that, stair-stepping it from pre-kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade, and then also how we can get our students as they get older to be able to self-reflect on where they are with those skills, so that when they leave us, they are really a well-rounded citizen walking out into the world and ready to contribute to our community. And that is the ultimate goal. So I do thank Luke and all of our students that participate in the focus group that were really a big driving force for getting this put together and rolled out. So appreciate that. All right, so the next part is going to get into our actual goals for the strategic plan. Board, if you remember at the last work session, one of the things we talked about was how the priorities were numbered, and trying to get away from this kind of hierarchy of numbering. And so I put together this visual. Certainly this is not a finished product, but I just wanted to show this and see if this was kind of where you all were thinking in terms of building that approach to our priorities, that they are all equally important and all a part of the work that we're doing, not necessarily having this feeling of a hierarchy. So this is kind of where we are as a starting point for that new visual representation of the strategic plan, and no vision in the logo.
Thoughts? Do you guys like the way this looks, the way the circular perspective? Yeah, I mean, I like it.
I like it.
Okay.
I do, and I appreciate that, at the top, you have positive, safe, and supportive environments, because that was a big concern of the board, as we wanted the focus, to that, for that to appear to be at the top without numbering it number one. So thank you for your work on that.
Yes, and you will see when we do, again, as I mentioned, publish the actual strategic plan document, we do have to number them just so people can make sense of where things are, and so that safe, supportive, and positive environment will be the first item that you see within the strategic plan, the official document that will be published on the 26th, and will be the first one that we tackle here today as well. So just a reminder how we are developing the through work with the strategic plan. So we are starting with our 5 priority areas.
Sorry, we just had one other comment.
Sure.
Just had one question. What was the thought pattern with the color scheme on there?
So this is actually the brand standard for MCPS, which there are a few different hues of blue and gray that are a part of that, and so trying to keep those colors within our brand standard.
The one particular fiscal responsibility. That just stands out.
Yes, and again, it's only because we have gray within our brand colors. I don't think there was any intentionality as to why that one was gray versus others, but gray is a part and is featured within one of these.
Dr. Campbell?
But certainly the concept is exactly what we're looking for. I think it does need some tweaking.
Oh, yes.
Obviously, the circular nature of it for sure. The turquoise color isn't being used at all. And so I understand that these colors are in the palette, but if we're going to have gray, we need to have 2 of them that are gray.
Sure.
So it doesn't draw that attention to one that's so different than the others. And also, obviously, the spacing of the circles
Yes.
is also, so.
Still a work in progress, yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse.
All right, so again, how we're going to work through these with the strategic planning, we have our 5 priority areas. Those are the overarching areas that we are focused on with the strategic plan. Each of those priorities feature aims. Those are the directions that we're looking to move in. We share those aims at the last work session. You'll see them featured on each one of these slides as well to keep them organized. And then within each aim, there are measurable goals, and each aim has at least one measurable goal. Some of them have multiple measurable goals that address that particular aim, and then what we will be doing once the strategic plan is approved is then building in the action plans for how we're going to carry out each of those and meet those goals, and that's where we will feature our communication plan as well within those action steps. So we're going to start off this morning with our first priority area, which is positive, safe, and supportive environments, and Luke is going to share this one with you.
So the reason we, again, chose this one and why I have the opportunity to present this one is because this was something that in the student surveys that they chose to be one of their biggest priorities as well. So the first aim within this priority, the positive, safe, and supportive environments, is the increased awareness of student mental health supports. So some of the measurable goals within this one that we'll have action steps for are by 2031, 100% of secondary students will acknowledge awareness of available mental health supports. And that's either through clubs or guidance counselors or whatever they can measurably see as a support. And the second one is by 2031, at least 90% of staff will annually engage with information on the district's mental health framework and available supports. And our third one for this is by 2031, 100% of secondary schools will have active student-led groups that promote mental health advocacy and support awareness among students within their program. So this could be through clubs like HOSA, there could be mental health awareness clubs, or just general clubs like National Honor Society, just promoting things like mental health, but just making sure that there's at least one thing each year and just throughout the year that there is one club or organization or something that is recognizing the importance of promoting mental health awareness and just having those supports within our schools. And our second aim within this positive, safe, and supportive environments is to enhance implementation of behavioral and emotional supports. So The first measurable goal for this one is by 2031, at least 80% of appropriate classrooms will implement the approved Tier 1 resiliency curriculum with fidelity. So making sure that they aren't just doing it, but that, like Chair Member Thrower said, that they are doing it intentionally, and that word intentional is super crucial to this part. And the second one is by 2031, the percentage of students who have 2 or more referrals will decrease by 10% through consistent implementation of school-wide expectations. So just making sure that our students are recognizing what is important within our schools, not just academically, but also making sure that they are, again, doing the right things. And then our next one is to maximize safe school efforts and security protocols. So this has already been seen being implemented with things like the metal detectors within our schools, but annually 100% of schools will meet all safety expectations established by the Department of Education's Office of Safe Schools. So again, 100% is a big goal, but we want to make sure that this is crucial. Like, we have to make sure that 100% of these things are met because it is the safety and well-being of our students. So while 100% may look like a lot, in this case, it's not, because we want to make sure that 100% of our students are safe. Not 90%, but every single one of our students are taken care of. And I believe this is the last one, but to increase student and staff attendance. So this was crucial because it's not just attendances, but also tardies, and we want to make sure that our students are having an opportunity to take full advantage of their academic opportunities. So by 2031, we want to increase student average daily attendance in all schools to 95%. And the next one is by 2031, decrease the percentage of students with chronic absenteeism to 15%. The third one is by 2031 to decrease the percentage of students who miss more than 10% of instructional time due to late arrivals or early checkouts by 20%. So again, that's going with tardies or checking out early. And the last one is by 2031, increase staff average daily attendance by 5%. So again, just making sure that we really are taking advantage of all academic opportunities and making sure that the students also have an opportunity to take advantage of them.
Thank you. I think we'll pause and kind of debrief a little bit if that's appropriate.
Yes, ma'am.
I just had one quick question. I really don't have, this all sounds really wonderful. My only question on this last slide, because of even the referendum funding professional development, which happens during the school day, my only feedback would be adding staff, what do we call it when they're other duty elsewhere?
TDED.
Thank you. Excluding TDEs,
Okay.
right? I think that increasing staff average daily attendance by 5%, excluding the TDE, because obviously if they're a TDE, we are sending them somewhere so that they can have benefit. And so I guess I'm just kind of wondering how we would navigate that.
Yeah, so I think part of the struggle with that is that regardless of the reason why staff are not in front of students, if they're not in front of students, it's impacting instruction.
Sure.
Even if what they're doing is absolutely worthwhile, if we're putting a substitute in that classroom, it is nowhere near the level of learning and education that we're getting out of a regular teacher in the classroom. And so part of our work with this is going to be more thoughtful about when we provide professional learning, how we provide it, how often staff are released, how long they attend professional learning, so that we are more cognizant of the impact that that has on student learning. And so by creating a measuring indicator for our staff, just like we have for students, where now you can go on the data dashboard and you can see, as of yesterday, we had 93% attendance of our students. We can also see that same metric. And so that helps us to really figure out, are we reaching that goal? Are we making sure that we are putting the right adults in front of these students every day as much as possible?
I love it. So, I mean, I'm all on board with it being inclusive of that, if that is the district's mission, to also limit what we're doing with TDs and professional development and make it more strategic.
Yes.
So I'm on board with that for sure. All right, board, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I completely agree with all the things we're measuring here. So let's start with that. I love the different areas that we are going to be tracking and being very consistent and intentional in what we're measuring. My concern, though, is I wrote down a couple of them, that in 5 years, we want to get to really small percentage gains. And so that's where I'm struggling. I could see like over a 1 to 2 year period that some of these would, so I'm going to use one as an example, and then I'll tell you the other ones I was concerned about. So on slide 8, the percentage of students who have 2 or more referrals to decrease by 10% for that whole thing that we're gonna try and focus on and really make a big, to only move 10% in 5 years is probably not.
So I'll speak to that one just a little bit. So when we look at the data right now, I think the last time I asked Dr. Curley, 92% of our students in the district have one or fewer referrals. So we're talking a very small number of students that are in that 2 or more, and some of them obviously are also our students that have intense behavioral support needs. And so while 10% doesn't seem like a lot if we're talking about the whole student population, when we're addressing 8% of our students and trying to reduce that amount by 10%, it really is a lot of work, because it's going to take a lot of work to help support those students and making sure they don't get beyond that first referral.
So then we're actually measuring the number of students and not the percentage of students. Because if we want the number of students to have 2 or more referrals to decrease by 10%, then that's a metric, not the percentage of students. Because if it's only 8%, we were 8% to go to 10%, that doesn't make sense.
I can see a little bit where you're going with that. I think the struggle, though, with that will also be as our student population grows. The number of students may grow, but it may remain the same percentage of our student population that we're dealing with. But I certainly see what you're talking about with not doing percent of percent.
Right. So anyway, I think that can be worked on, just tweaked a little bit, whether, it's based on total enrollment. I still think it's a number of students that you're wanting to decrease. How we judge what that number is, I guess it's going to be a year-over-year fluctuation somewhat. Additionally, on slide 10, we did talk about that just a bit. The percentage of students with chronic absenteeism, I think that again might be a number of students as opposed to the percentage of students, perhaps, because to decrease, obviously we have a number of students that are chronically absent. To only move that 15%, it does feel like we could be having a stretch goal even beyond that for a 5-year idea. And then the last point, and then you can touch on whatever, the last point that I wanted to stress was about what we just talked about with the daily attendance of staff. So when we think what makes the most impactful change is whenever we have teachers. And so are we really tracking staff daily attendance, or is it really that educator in front of the child daily attendance that matters more than anything on our campuses?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll start with the chronic absenteeism one. So right now we're hovering just below 30% of our students with chronic absenteeism. For the last 5 years that this has been in our strategic plan for the current Achieve 2026, we've been tracking chronic absenteeism rate as a percentage, and we've been hovering around 35% since COVID. Now, pre-COVID, we were in the teens. Pre-COVID, I think we were, Mr. Thorpe probably remembers this better than I do, I think 19 or 18%. So even 15% would push us beyond where we were with pre-COVID numbers. The state also tracks our attendance rate as daily average attendance rate for the year and chronic absenteeism rate as a percentage of our students that are missing 10% or more. So we want to be consistent with how we're reporting it, because we're pulling that information at the end of the year from the state reporting on that. And so that 15% really is a lofty goal. We're hopeful to get there. Again, we made about a 3 or 4% change this year in our chronic absenteeism, which is probably the biggest push we've had in the last 5 years in terms of reducing it, but we still have a long ways to go to get to that number, to be at 15% in 5 years. The other part, yes, I don't disagree. The priority is certainly the teacher in front of the students. We'll have to work on that as we parse that out with our new data dashboard and how we can monitor that. And perhaps there's a way we can look at it in 2 different ways based on employee category, because we're pulling that information from Skyward. So that is a priority, but at the same time, as a principal, I need all of my people on campus to be able to do the work across the school, because having the paras working in small groups with my students, having my support staff available to push into classrooms to support with transitions, all of them played a critical role. And so I think perhaps as we move forward with this, we could break it into 2 categories for tracking, but I think really all staff are going to be critical.
Thank you for that. Obviously, I could see, when bus drivers are out also,
yes.
Cafeteria workers, those people that are directly impacting students,
yes.
But potentially someone in payroll being off, or someone that is a mechanic, that it might not have the same impact. So I don't know how we'll track that by category or what that looks like, and having it as a goal, certainly, that we're tracking all staff attendance, then that definitely matters. When we're talking about teachers, though, we have a multi-million-dollar contract to ensure that we have substitutes to take their places. So that it's a little bit different. So actually, I would see this as having a couple of different categories where we're tracking teacher average daily attendance because again, multi-million dollars to make sure there's somebody in front of those students. We don't necessarily have that in all of our other job classifications. But that 5% number is also really low for a 5-year goal, in my opinion, and certainly other board members may have different thoughts on that. But increasing the daily attendance, I don't know. And maybe we're at 93% right now, so we want it to be 97, and okay, then that's, I can see that being the goal. But anyway, I'm just, 5% is a really low number. At least it looks that way.
Yeah, so we'll, and we can come back to this one. I probably should have mentioned at the beginning, and you all obviously have worked with the last Achieve 2026 plan for 5 years, so you know, but this really is a living document. And so, even where we land now to vote on to move into next year, we'll continue to come back and tweak and shift and adjust over those 5 years to make sure that we're responsive to what's happening around us and the progress we're making, and even moving some of these targets if we find that we're having a lot of success early on. And ultimately, we want 100% with everything. And I think we want to make sure that's clear to the community that, even when we set what we feel are attainable goals in 5 years, we're not going to be satisfied until we push to 100% of everything. But with this one, part of the reason we listed it just as 5% is right now we don't have a metric tracking this. So can we pull the data? Yes, but we have not and don't have a current metric that says right now 93% of all staff in Marion County Public Schools are present today. So this is something where if the data lives in Skyward, we can pull detailed employee reports, but we're actually working now with technology, with our new data dashboard, to build this as an ongoing metric that we can see on a rolling basis every day, the prior day's staff attendance. So until we really know where we are as a district, it's hard to really say whether this is the right number or not. I will say, you all probably know when we do our quarterly reports with the schools, this past year we started putting on there the average number of days a staff members at schools miss within 8-9 weeks. And what we're seeing for most of our schools is the average staff member is missing between 2 to 3 days per 9 weeks. And so what that breaks down into a percentage, we haven't worked through, but we've given that as a metric to our principals for the last year to help them really start monitoring that progress. So this is one for sure that as we get that dashboard built, we can really see where we are. We will probably come back and adjust some of that.
Thank you.
And one thing I would offer real quick is if we're able to get this to a place where it is incredibly efficient, the daily report we get from Sisser, if we are able to get it so that it's easy to run, I would love to add a column that's staff daily attendance for each site. Because if it's a metric we're going to really monitor, then I really enjoy getting that daily report. It's so handy in the field, and so to have that as well, I think would be great. So, what other board members have thoughts on this first option? Board Member Thrower.
Sure, it'll come as no surprise that I have a lot of thoughts on attendance. I have really enjoyed, thank you, Mr. Whitehouse and Dr. Brewer for asking me to participate on the district level, attendance monthly meeting. It's been great, and we have definitely made so much progress. And I first want to acknowledge the progress of making attendance and tracking attendance and having attendance meetings mandatory. It is absolutely not a choice. I think that we know, hands down, that if students aren't in school regularly, we know what happens. And we know what happens when they are in school regularly. We've got a case study standing right before us. So, with that said, a couple of things, and I know we went round and round about this at our most recent meeting in terms of our chronic absenteeism percentage. According to the U.S. Department of Education, it's defined as chronic absenteeism as students missing 10% or more of school. So to me, especially in a 5-year plan, I will continue to advocate for that to be our number. I I think I heard you say that we've improved 3 to 4% already. So if you multiply that times 5 years, that puts us at 14 easily. And I think that with the momentum that we've created now and the framework that we have in place, that we are going to accelerate this. And it is our number one legislative priority. We're working hard to change statute from the 1980s. At least our representatives are mentioning it now before we do, as Senator McLean did a few weeks ago when we were together. He brought it up. So it's resonating, and I just think we need to go hard on this because it's working. I'll be commenting later on a school that had 97% attendance this week. So pretty cool stuff. You know, we're being heard. So why stop now? That's my point on that. As far as the daily absenteeism, getting back to the attendance piece and the sister report, which I love as well, I think it would be a lot easier for me to read it if the first column on the left is the actual daily attendance of the school. Do I care about fish report? Absolutely. And fish capacity? Absolutely. But I'm opening it up to see the average daily attendance, not fish. And then you have to try to, especially if you're on your phone, you're trying to go all the way across, and it's like, oh, my school's doing great. Oh, wrong line.
Right.
So that would just be a helpful hint that I would definitely appreciate. And I see some nodding here, so.
Yeah, I think
That's
we all
easy.
agree.
And that's an easy fix. Yeah. Hats off to the technology department and Sister. I mean, they've done an incredible job of running custom reports for attendance. I think that our school-based staff has also become much more learned in that capacity. You know, if it's easy to get the data, then the data is going to be checked, you know. So thanks to everyone for doing that. Staff attendance, yes, I think that that's really, really important. And I love what's happening at the schools. So many of them have their own internal motivators for teachers, and, you know, being able to leave a little early if they have all these different things going on. But to have that be also a district level priority is super important. I, for one, think it's critical for teachers to have a little bit of opportunity outside the classroom that they don't have to be taking their own time to actually go and observe master teachers at work in their subject areas. I know that was one of the things that helped me the most as a new teacher, was getting a chance to observe teachers that had mastered the craft. So there can be really good reasons for teachers to be out of class, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I think we're talking about mental health days, and that probably speaks to the need for student mental health as well as for teachers. So I hope that we can create some momentum and staff knowing that it's just so important to be there every day for your kids. And in today's society, it seems like everybody wants a piece of you. So the support has to really, really be deep and broad, I think, to move that number. But the expectation also has to be there. Those are my comments.
Okay. Reverend Cummings, did you have anything you wanted to add to this robust conversation?
No, I think enough has been said. I think everything that's been stated has been right on point. We know that attendance has to be a priority. If the butt's under the seat, the knowledge ain't gonna get in the head. So I'm using bad English, I know, but we just need to make sure that this stays a top priority with us, as we can see that it is a top priority in our with our legislative partners, and we have been pushing this for a while. So I'm in concurrence with this.
Okay. Oh, Board Member Thrower.
Before I lose a thought, I just was hoping that maybe we could get consensus to change that 15% to 10, which matches the U.S. Department of Education. We may not get there, but I think everybody needs to know that that's the plan.
I certainly don't think it's a bad thing to be aligned with what the state and federal expectations are. Mr. Whitehouse, do you have perspective on that?
I mean, we're going to aim for zero. I mean, I think that's, again, at the end of the day, we're going for glory, but certainly we want to make sure that we have a goalpost out there that feels attainable. If the board wants to go for 10%, we're going to push everything we got to get there.
Well, and I think what Board Member Thrower is saying, though, is it's 10% of the days, not decreased by 10%. That's what, right? If I'm reading it. And
It's missing 10% or more of school. That's
Yes.
the definition of chronic absenteeism.
Yes.
Right, so that is how we define chronic absenteeism in our data piece. And so what we're looking with this goal is making sure that no more than 15% of our students are missing more than 10% of the school year. So right now, it's almost 30% of our students are missing more than 10% of the school year.
Yes, so I think in this goal, we're defining chronic absenteeism as 10%. He's saying right now that's at about 30% of our 30% of our students are chronically absentee, and the goal is in 5 years to get that to 15%. But chronic absenteeism is being defined by 10% or more.
Correct, yes. So our target in the next 5 years is that we will have decreased the percentage of students who are meeting that definition of chronically absent down to only 15% of our student population.
How about only 10% of any students will be chronically absent? Because what you just said is kind of a word salad, in my opinion. I was almost ready to ask you to put the screen back up.
Oh, yes, Mr. Christian, could you please put the slide back up? I think that would certainly be helpful.
It would be even more helpful.
So to your point, Board Member Thrower, I think you said, 3 points a year. You said 3 or 4 points a year for 5 years is like 15. That is what the goal is. The goal is to decrease it by 15%, decrease it to 15%, which is basically a reduction of 15% over the next 5 years. But chronic absenteeism is being defined as internally as 10% or more.
Right, and what I'm struggling with is the internally versus externally, and the fact that now that we have a coordinated, all systems go effort to increase attendance, that I think we're selling ourselves short by thinking that we're just going to creep along at 3 to 4% for the next 5 years. I think we're going to accelerate. And to me, just for understandability, what could be more simple than saying we will have only, 10% of students will be chronically absent by 2031. And I know I didn't say that right. I said it better the first time. Because I hear what you're saying, and I understand it. But would the layman understand it? We want 10% or less students chronically absent, bottom line. So
I think regardless of what we land on right now, it would be helpful when this is put into that chart for there to be a little asterisk at the bottom that defines chronic absenteeism. So that everyone is aware of what that is, because it really is a term that we're using and we all have a shared definition for it, which is 10% or more of the school year. But we are, that's not necessarily a shared definition in the community, although it should be because we're beating that attendance drum. But I think when we lay it out on the charts, which I assume we'll still get kind of the metrics, right? Having it defined would be certainly helpful. And so I guess let's hear from Board Member Thoreau would like us to land on where are we, how are we feeling with decreasing it to 15%, or would you like it to be less than that? Dr. Campbell.
Well, this was one of the ones that I had already questioned, so I'm completely fine with making it an even more stringent goal than what we're putting in place right now. I think that's the direction that I'm saying, just in general, that you want 5-year goals to not necessarily dream big so your dreams don't all come true. I mean, I'm serious. Like, you got to dream, put it out there. I mean, you obviously want a metric that's going to be a lofty idea and do everything you can to get there.
Reverend Cummings, Board Member Conrad?
I'm fine with moving it or not.
I really am with the recommendation of the team.
Okay. I mean, I can go with the team as well. I think goals can be changed. We changed a variety of goals since my 4 years on the board. We moved the goalpost when we were making ground. So I think we've continued to set big, hairy, audacious goals. And so I don't see that stopping. Reverend Cummings, do you?
The 10%.
Okay. So Reverend Cummings wants to shift it, so we'll shift it to 10%. And then, was there any other comments or thoughts on this? Oh, I see a couple of fingers, but I don't think Vice Chair Conrad has had a chance to talk.
And mine are very quick. Mr. Whitehouse, I want to say, as we're talking about all these very specific details, if you are on a school campus, anyone who's on a school campus, 9, 10, 10:30 in the morning, kids getting onto campus, these are all, in my opinion, hefty goals. We have a lot of work to do getting our kids to school, not just to school, but getting them to school on time. And so I'm really excited to see us, we're addressing late arrivals and early checkouts, and just that piece of it is a tremendous amount of work on our staff. So I just want to acknowledge that, and I see Luke is nodding his head too. He sees it too. It really, as a mature person, it is frustrating to see how many students are coming in late every single day or checking out early. So I just want to acknowledge that. And the other piece I want to comment on is the increased staff average. If you, in my opinion, if you want to track that into separate categories, that's great. But holistically, it takes the whole team to get the job done. As a former elementary school teacher, if my para was not there, my reading instruction had to change for that entire day, which is extremely important. My math instruction too. You cannot do small groups if those people are not present. If I showed up and the custodian was not able to come the night before and my room is filthy, that changes how my day goes. And so I would just be very careful about, how we divide that up. Yes, our instructional units are, of course, of great value, but a lot of other positions are as well. So I just wanted to make that point, and thank you for your work on this piece.
Dr. Campbell?
Sure. I'm certain that there would be a way. I wasn't going to mention this, but since Vice Chair Conrad did, about the early checkouts and late arrivals, specifically in secondary, tracking dual enrollment students differently and those in work study programs differently. And so a lot of what we see often are those students. So it feels like it's a lot more, and maybe it still is a lot more. But the only other thing that I was going to mention on this, and I was trying to pull our old strategic plan, and I'm not working on my computer, so unfortunately. Thank you, Dr. Brewer, for allowing me to have yours in front of me so I can see board docs.
So frustrating.
Yes, so I'm ready to hand off this computer and throw it out the window. Anyway, on positive, safe, and supportive environments, I feel like over the past 5 years, when we had safety as a part, we also had some actual physical goals of things that were single point entry and things that I know we've now met. I don't see any of those facility safety things in this updated strategic plan, and this is where it would be. And so I just wanted to ensure that if there is something like that that needs to be in the strategic plan, even if this is something we want to do in year 1, this is something we want to do in year 2, having the key card entry will be a huge undertaking, but also a wonderful benefit on so many levels. So that was my question about having the safe environment. There's not really a metric I see for that.
Yeah, so if you look back on slide 9, the maximizing safe school efforts and security protocols, when Mr. McFadden was a part of our strategic planning team, and what he felt, instead of trying to measure things like, door hardware or whatnot, if we went with what the Department of Education's Office of Safe Schools mandates as our target, it changes, and what they're looking for changes, and so whatever they change, we have to be nimble to respond to that, and not having it baked into here, but basically saying, we're going to respond to whatever the Safe Schools Office says that we need to respond to, and make sure that we have that priority met on our schools, all campuses.
Okay, I completely respect that. Obviously, there are other districts that have much more heightened security measures just because of their ability to fund them and so forth. So however we build that on the downstream of that, what kind of those metrics that we want to put on ourselves to say this is something we've got to fiscally prepare for, that we want done in the next 5 years, whatever that looks like, whether it's, and we don't want to get into the security conversations necessarily. Some of those goals can be like the offline security conversations that we need to have, but I just want to make sure that over the next 5 years that we have heightened sensitivity to what our continued progress needs to look like in those areas.
Yes, ma'am, and as we're building our action plans with the departments, having measurable metrics within those action plans will be a part of it. So as we look at where the Office of Safe Schools is going at the state level, if they're starting to inspect certain things that we have not started to work on, that's going to be action plan, and then having a metric to make sure that we're meeting that by the end of the year.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Thur?
Thank you, and thanks again, everybody, for this great in-depth conversation. It is so foundational to our success, and I really appreciate getting consensus from enough of the board. I thought of reduce chronic absenteeism to 10% or less. That to me is the bottom line, and here's why. It makes it a lot easier to advocate for legislatively. It's easy to remember as we're talking to folks that don't do this all day, every day. The other thing is that speaking to the amount of work and the cost, we have employees that are standing outside the doors every day trying to get parents to understand the importance, I'm talking elementary level now, of not just getting their kid on time, to school on time, but getting themselves out of the car, walking them in, signing them in, and doing it right, okay? So that is a tremendous amount of manpower, a tremendous cost. And the sooner that we can get the message loud and clear to 10% or less of being on chronically late, chronically absent, what a cost savings that will be. Because then the cheeks will be in the seats, they'll be learning, they'll be progressing, and hopefully we can begin to decrease the amount of intervention that we have to do for kids to recover credits, whatever it is that prevented them from getting it right the first time. It also forces us to be very attuned to what is it that is creating this situation. And we know that we have so many students that if they miss the bus, they're not coming. And if the bus is too late, they're going home and not coming to school that day. And we really don't have a good way to apparate them yet, from their home to school. So if we can get this right, it'll be a cost savings across the board. Teachers won't be spending extra time trying to remediate kids. It'll ripple down all the way through our organization. And I think in the end, free up a lot of money, to do more special things, the enrichment stuff, the field trips, all the things that make learning so exciting. Well, if you're still waiting for 6 kids to show up and hoping they're gonna make it because you really don't wanna leave without them, I see Conrad nodding. I mean, we've lived this. So that's all I've got. I'm sure you're happy about that, but thank you.
Okay, well, I think we've given you guidance on some changes that we'd like to see from this, and then we'll move on to the high-quality teaching and learning.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so our first aim here is improving Tier 1 instruction. So you'll see we have 2 overarching goals for this one. The first one is to increase the percentage of students scoring at or above grade level on state assessments by 10%. Again, this is an overarching goal, but you'll see when we share this data with you, obviously we will be tracking each and every state assessment that we offer and hitting that mark of 10% increase for each and every one of those. So English, math, science, civics, U.S. history, all of our state assessed courses are lumped within this, but we will provide that data report to you broken down by subject. The second one there is increasing our 4-year graduation rate by 5%. Last year, as you know, we hit 85% for our overall district graduation, so our target is getting to 90% in the next 5 years, which is a great goal and would certainly be our highest achievement that we've had as a district yet, if we can reach that in the next 5 years. The next one on here is improving the use of formative assessments and progress monitoring. So we have 3 key goals with this one. So student learning data will be collected and documented during 90% of lessons observed. And so we've done a lot of work this year as a priority with getting schools and teachers and staff to focus on the data that we do have in front of us from assessments and other data points and being responsive to that. And so our next iteration of this is really making sure that we are not just collecting data every few weeks, but this is a daily progress work that we're doing, that our teachers are working and have ways to document the data and respond in the moment to students and adjusting their instruction during the day and the next day to make sure that we are constantly responding to our student need. And so this will be a great goal for us focusing on for the next 5 years. The second one goes in tandem with that. Students will receive feedback from the teacher and or peers during 90% of lessons observed. And so again, given that opportunity for immediate in-the-moment feedback instead of waiting till the next day or several days later to receive feedback on what's happening, that we are seeing both teacher feedback and peer-to-peer student feedback within our classrooms. And then the last one, differentiation or appropriate scaffolding, will be demonstrated in 90% of lessons observed. The next aim that we have is increasing our needs-based interventions and acceleration opportunities, and we have 5 measurable goals that will go with this, and you'll note that many of these align also with our district report card that we receive. So the first one is increasing the language arts and math learning gains by 10% across all subgroups. And so we want to improve our learning gains not only for not only as a whole as a district, but making sure that we are actually focusing down to the different subgroup level. As we know, that's a part of our tracking now from the state, is monitoring the progress of our ESE students, ELL students, each of our ethnic groups, and making sure that we are making progress with all of them and no one is getting lost in that mix. The next one is increasing middle school acceleration rate to 80%. Which would be an incredible goal for us and ahead of pretty much where most districts are in the state of Florida right now. If we can get to that 80% mark, we feel this is attainable for us. The next one, 70% of graduating seniors will earn a qualifying acceleration point. And again, just a reminder, those acceleration points are students who are passing industry certifications, passing one of the college level exams at the end of the year, dual enrollment or career dual enrollment, or the ASVAB test. So there's a lot of different ways that our students can get there. 70% would be a very good goal for us. We're at 63% right now. The highest we've ever been as a district was 70% during COVID, which is when they were pretty much giving away test scores the year of COVID. And so we want to get back to that point where the vast majority of our students are leaving. And again, with any of these targets, as I said before, our ultimate goal is 100%, but setting attainable goals over the next 5 years. Next one, the percentage of students entering 6th grade requiring Tier 2 or Tier 3 reading interventions, it will decrease by 10%. As we identified with our Every Child a Graduate initiative this year, there are really key points within a child's education that we're monitoring that really are serving as road markers for us for student future success and graduation. One of those is that transition from 5th to 6th grade. We know if we can get students reading on grade level by 6th grade and not having to take intensive reading classes and being pulled from good electives in middle schools, that we can not only help them be better set up for success for graduation, but finding those career pathways that they want to go on because they have room within their schedule to be able to do so. And then the last one there is the percentage of kindergarten students earning a qualifying kindergarten readiness score will increase by 10%. So our next aim is expanding high-quality early learning opportunities. I know this is certainly a priority for the board as well. So you'll see that first goal that we have on there is a percentage of voluntary pre-kindergarten programs earning an excellent performance designation based on the new VPK accountability system will increase to at least 80%. And then the second one there is the number of voluntary pre-kindergarten programs available in high needs area across the district will increase to 50 programs. We're currently at 45 programs as a district, so being able to add at least 5 more sites in the next 5 years, again, there's a cost to that. And so while we'd love to aim much higher than that, and I hope we can get much higher than that, part of that will also be tied to this next referendum round and making sure that we have funding available to add those programs.
All right, well, we'll take a pause there. Real quick, one thing I guess I'll offer to start would be, I think it's important, maybe it's just an asterisk at the bottom of the page, specifically for the early learning I assume you're speaking about Marion County Public Schools.
Yes.
And so that would probably be an appropriate assumption, but I think creating that clear delineation would be helpful. Even if it's just an asterisk at the bottom, so that a community member doesn't think that somehow, I mean, obviously when you look at the kindergarten readiness goal, the private providers are going to be a part of that because while Marion County Public Schools has 45 VPK sites, there are 95 across the county. So they are in the minority currently. So that kindergarten readiness rate, while we carry a responsibility within the walls of Marion County Public Schools, there are other people in the community supporting that work as well. So that may be semantics, but I think it would be appropriate to delineate so that no one were to assume that we are taking on a responsibility of the work of the coalition.
Right.
Board?
Sure.
Board Member Conrad.
Mr. Whitehouse, I just have a question on slide 12. A lot of these are talking about, we've got collected and documented during 90% of lessons observed, getting feedback from their teachers and providing appropriate scaffolding. Do we have data on that already?
So we have anecdotal data, but this has not been a part of our walkthrough tool. So our walkthrough tool for the last few years has focused on task alignment and instructional alignment to the benchmark. We've gotten really good at that. And so this is kind of the next iteration of what we really want to pay attention to. We've noticed this anecdotally as a need area as we've been doing classroom walkthroughs and instructional rounds. And so we wanted to set this as a target so that we could then build that as what we're tracking within our walkthrough tools.
And to Mr. Whitehouse's point, because I'm on the committee for high quality instruction, you know, we all got put on committees, but this is something that we put in the tool that we used for the high quality instruction rounds, right?
So some of it's in there, yes.
Yes. And so kind of the team made an internal tool, and so they pushed into classrooms to do observations. And some of the metrics they were tracking was like our teachers responding to students and how that engage is looking. And so that's kind of where some of this, I think, came from, is kind of this microscope look at how can we improve high quality learning to then find best practices and how to evaluate it and then expand it on.
Correct. So beyond just what we're looking at from a district lens, but making sure our administrators, as they're doing their walks, are collecting this data as well, so that we're having that collective conversation about what's happening.
Okay, just a quick clarification, because it's been a minute since I've been in a classroom. Observations used to, some of them, be more of a drop-in. They were quick, and so this will be a different type of observation, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so right now when we do our classroom visits, they're usually 10 minutes that we're staying for. And so when we do our tools that we're looking either from a district walkthrough or through our instructional reviews that we're doing with the school-based leadership team, we always have an option to mark in there not applicable. That, you know, just because within the time frame that we were in there wasn't an appropriate opportunity for whatever it was we're looking for to happen. And so we want to acknowledge that as well, because to your point, if you're in there for 10 minutes, you're not guaranteed that there's going to be some, you know, opportunity for feedback within that 10 minutes. But as a team, what we debrief on is, you know, did we feel there was an opportunity that was missed? And if so, we document that because that's a data point we want to follow up on as well. Or if we feel that there was not anything missed, that it just wasn't appropriate during those 10 minutes, we also want to acknowledge that. So we're not thinking there was anything wrong. It just wasn't the timing that we were in there.
Thank you very much.
Well, these are non-evaluative, so I think it's
Correct.
important to know, you know, non-evaluative. Board Member Thur, I saw you leaning forward. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Dr. Campbell?
Sure, thank you. So what I appreciate about slide 13 is acknowledging that our students have the ability to achieve acceleration points. And so oftentimes we potentially don't think of every student having an opportunity even, and every student, not just the opportunity, but actually achieving it, because this isn't just they're taking the class, this is they're actually passing that certification exam or what have you. I also love the idea of the middle school acceleration rates and what that looks like. Just as a point of conversation, I've mentioned it publicly before, still not a huge fan of the middle school model. Those sixth graders really should, in my opinion, still, and I know it's been this way for 30, 40 years or so, those sixth graders still, in my opinion, should be at the elementary school level. We don't have space for that. We don't have the ability to make that happen. I know Brevard County still uses that model. They do have the highest scoring sixth graders in the state because of that, but that's just a point that I would like to make. And then my only question on the VPK, we do have designated here that VPK programs. So are we classing programs differently than classrooms? Or we have at least 2 VPK classrooms at every school, right? Every elementary? No? So that when we're calling it a program, is that actually classroom?
Correct.
Okay, so then perhaps we call it that. So then it's that we're providing the classroom as opposed to the program. Just thinking out loud on how that looks.
Coalition calls it a program, which is probably where he got the word from. Like they call each individual classroom a program. Like you have, that's just a coalition terminology.
That's fine. So we don't have to use the coalition's terminology because we're not, obviously, if we call them classrooms, then that'll definitely delineate us from what they're doing. So
Yeah, I'm just providing context for.
no, I appreciate it, but I understand that that's how the coalition's tracking it, but we need to be tracking it based on classrooms because that can help us understand the number of students and, in my opinion, anyway.
Yes.
Any other comments about high quality teaching and learning? All right, let's move forward.
All right. So our next priority area is talent development and workforce sustainability. So you'll see our first aim there is attracting high-performing staff. So our goal for 2031 is to increase the percentage of fully certified instructional staff to at least 80%. Again, I just want to add as an anecdote for this, we are right now hiring a lot of out-of-field teachers, so we bring in a lot of folks that have no educational experience. And so our goal is, one, to attract more folks that have the educational background, but two, to make sure that we are working expeditiously to get our folks certified who are coming from other fields that are working out of field within our classrooms. The next goal is to reduce the percentage of ESE self-contained instructional vacancies at the time of FTE survey 2 to 10%. The reason that we chose that previously, if you remember, we've had this goal in our current Achieve 2026 strategic plan, and it was originally by the 10th day of school, but there's still a lot of shifting and growing and moving around of people at that 10-day mark, and so using a state reporting timeline gives us a more easily identifiable place each year of where we want to be, because that's when the state is capturing data from us at that point. And so it gives us an easier marker, because we do certainly adjust units, collapse units, move units around based on numbers at the beginning of the school year. And then the next goal, increasing engagement in recruitment activities and targeted marketing campaigns to at least 30,000 measurable interactions. Our next aim with talent development is expanding professional learning opportunities. So our two goals for here are, one, to increase the number of district professional learning offerings by 20%. And then our next goal is increasing the number of reading and English for speakers of other languages, or ESOL certification courses completed by instructional staff to at least 600 annually. Again, we know this is critical for supporting the work of our students. Our ESOL population is growing each year, and having teachers that are reading endorsed is, whether the students are in an intensive reading class or not, is just good pedagogy for our teachers to understand the science of reading and how they can better instruct our students. Our next aim with talent development is strengthening retention of high-quality staff. So we have two goals for this: increasing the annual retention rate of instructional staff to at least 93%, and then the second goal, increasing the overall employee retention rate to 93%. And again, you'll see here we've called out two different groups, because certainly we want to retain all of our staff, but we also want to make sure we are focused in on that instructional group, as that has the most direct impact on our students. And then our next aim with talent development is increasing staff satisfaction with school and district environments. As you recall from the staff survey that we did as part of our strategic plan research, one of the things that we got from feedback from the staff is that they wanted us to monitor the climate of our schools more than once a year. We do an annual climate survey at the end of the year, but they wanted us to really pay more attention to that throughout the year and be responsive to the climate during the year. And so that is certainly something we're going to be mindful with this goal, but making sure that 80% of our staff are rating the school or district, if they're a district employee, as a supportive work environment.
Okay, we'll take a quick pause there. Thoughts, feedback on this goal? I will offer, I think it sounds good. I think it sounds productive. One of the things that I look forward to seeing is kind of where we are and where we're going. So goals are only as measurable as when you can see them. And so the number means less now, because we don't necessarily know where we are and where we're going. I certainly feel like they are going to be hard to attain, but attainable goals. And knowing we can move the goalpost if we need them, if we're doing really well. Board, anyone else have thoughts? Board Member Thor?
Thank you. It got me thinking about a final wrap-up scorecard for our last 5-year plan. I know that we achieved some goals and changed some targets, and it would be I would appreciate seeing, a summary, how we did, how we didn't.
Yes, so that'll have to be this summer, because obviously goal 1 is student achievement, which is all the state assessments that are happening right now. So certainly we can do a follow-up at the end of the summer once we've got everything and wrap up those goals. And noting that some of these are carryovers, so some of those year 5, points that we made with Achieve 2026 will become the baseline for these new goals that we're working on.
Yep.
All I have, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kimball?
And as we do that wrap up of it, be sure to include all the ones that we worked off every couple of years whenever we had already
Yes.
achieved them. So give us all the things we started with and all the things we accomplished.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ready to move on to fiscal responsibility? All right.
Always.
All right, so our fourth priority is fiscal responsibility, and our first aim within that is to strengthen financial transparency both internally and externally. And we only have one measurable goal that we wanted to work on with this one, which is by the end of each fiscal year that 80% of our stakeholders will report confidence in the transparency of our district operating financials. And so this is really about communication, Dr. Campbell, to your point, of making sure that we are not just posting the information on our website, because we certainly know we win awards on transparency, but does the average stakeholder understand where we are financially as a district, decisions that are made based on those finances, and so really making sure that we're being transparent and having ongoing dialogue with our different stakeholder groups so that people feel like it's not just something hidden on a website, but they really do understand where we are and where we're going and why decisions need to be made. The next aim is to increase external funding. And so this one you'll see is a little bit shorter target than 2031. Part of that is because, as you all know, we certainly have some financial challenges that we are working through like other districts, and we did not want to wait 5 years on this one. We really wanted to make sure that we are identifying as quickly as possible some external funding sources to boost our funding by at least 5%. And so you'll see certainly not an exhaustive list, but we will be focused on appropriations, grants, referendums, our sales tax revenue, impact fees, some strategic partnerships in the community, and other sources. The next aim is to improve strategic budgeting at the district and school level. And so again, this is another short one. We did roll out strategic site-based budgeting this year at our schools. And so really for us, it's refining this process this summer and making sure that we have a solid framework in place going forward that everyone feels comfortable with. So we learned a lot of lessons in our rollout this year. We're going to do a lot of debriefing with our schools and our departments this summer to really build the framework going into the next year with the goal that when we do this next year that we're in a much better place and that we have a really good way of work going forward. Our next aim is to improve long-term financial stability, and certainly I know this is one the board is passionate about, so by 2031, making sure we have a combined fund balance of at least 10% of our annual operating expenditures. So again, a lofty goal, but one we are certainly going to be working towards.
Okay. Comments and feedback on fiscal responsibility? Dr. Campbell?
Sure. I all of it. Spot on where my thought processes are going. Slide 19, I'm curious to know how we're going to measure that. So I know it's a measurable goal, but how we're going to measure it and who we're going to classify as stakeholders. So if our stakeholders are, we can get parent surveys and all of that, but really the stakeholders that are causing the most challenge are those that are the voters in the community that don't have any internal engagement with Marion County Public Schools. And so I'll be interested to know how, certainly communicating it more, absolutely, but then how we measure how those people feel about it. So, I guess that's...
No, you're 100% on it. And so part of our action planning process with all of these goals is going to be really thinking through what this looks like. And so we had in our head as we wrote this goal, certainly the easy targets are our current stakeholder groups, our teachers and staff that we employ, making sure they're comfortable, and our parents that we annually survey that we could quickly grab data back from. But you're right, really starting to think through how do we push out into the community and gather some additional feedback from other focus groups in the community to make sure that they too are feeling that we're communicating effectively and transparently.
And, this is a tactic, so we don't have to get there, but potentially it's even that you're going to the retirement groups and you're actually having just like any candidate does during a candidate cycle, we don't have an elected superintendent anymore. So the superintendent doesn't do that as much, going specifically to those groups that we all have to frequent whenever we're in a campaign cycle. So potentially that is just one idea, again, a tactic, not necessarily need to be talked about right now. On slide 20, I love that we're doing a shortened time frame on how we're going to try to get that measurement. I'm interested in what that number is and what 5% looks like. And so is this, and I'm sure I can pull the budget and figure it out really quickly, but in increasing external funding, are we needing 10 million? Are we needing 45 million? Like what is 5% of that external funding? I'm sure we can talk about that one anyway, I think that'll just be helpful for us as we say, is 5% the number we want to hit in 2 to 3 years? Or is it, do we actually want to go aim higher? You know, maybe we want to increase that 3% every year for the next 5 years. And maybe that's what we say. I don't know, until we know actually what that number is, because obviously grants, I mean, those are federal grants too, and all your title grants, and we know what title did, and we can't control that. So anyway, I'm interested in knowing what that number is, and then potentially even breaking that out into the buckets of how much we want grants to increase versus how much we want impact fees to increase, which we also don't have control over much.
Yes.
So that's that thought, and I think that was all I had. Again, appreciate the short-term goals built into the 5-year plan, so then we can adapt the goal as needed whenever we achieve it.
All right, any other comments about fiscal responsibility? Board Member Thur?
Just briefly touch on the importance of external funding, because partnerships from the community build support for our schools. You know, if they're able to see, hear, touch, and feel what we're doing, then they're going to support it even more. I'm reflecting back on when we first started talking about boosting Booster. You know, we had a community partner jump right in and do a free rendering for us, and then, you know, revise that free rendering, and I'm hopeful that Monarch will be able to use some of that to help reduce our costs. You know, it just all begins to come together with that web of support. So I don't think we can overemphasize the need. And also, you know, when you crowdfund like that from the community, you can really get significant financial support, I'll say cheerfully, which makes it really cool.
Yes.
All right, well, speaking of partnerships, that was a wonderful segue, Board Member Thrower, into our final goal, which would be thriving partnerships. If we're good to move forward, is everyone good with that? Yeah? Okay, thriving partnerships, please.
All right, thank you. So our final priority for today is thriving partnerships. So you'll see this first one is quite a hefty one. We had, as you all know, Ms. McCall from the CEP was in this focus group working on this particular priority, and so we talked through a lot of things that were interests of the business community and our way of work, and really reaching out and making sure that we're not an insulated environment, but we really are building great partnerships throughout the community. And so our goal for this, number one, increasing total teacher participation to 100 in the Chamber and Economic Partnerships Classrooms to Careers, which you all heard about earlier at a prior work session, or other approved industry experiences. So we have 20, I believe, that are slated to start this summer. And so trying to hit at least 20 additional each summer in that Classroom to Careers, but also looking at other industry experiences that we can engage our teachers in, so they're more knowledgeable about the work that's available to our students in the surrounding communities and can help guide them. The next goal is establishing 3 career academies aligned to the guidelines of the National Career Academy Coalition. The reason that's important, the NCAC has very strict guidelines of what a career academy looks like, and a real career academy is not just simply what we teach and that we simply have students scheduled together, but it's also establishing a board of business leaders in the community that work within that industry that kind of guide the work of that of that academy and help support what we're doing in the classroom, so bringing folks into the classroom and giving our students opportunities in the workforce as well. And so we're going to be working towards establishing what those could be, where they would be located in the future. The next one, increasing the number of business partnerships by 20% through the Public Education Foundation of Marion County. As pretty self-explanatory. The next goal, adding 3 new student internship or pre-apprenticeship programs aligned to Marion County workforce and industry needs. As you all know, we have our construction apprenticeship program at Lakeware High School that's been very well received by the community, and we'd like to continue to grow some of those opportunities, and certainly apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs are a focal point of the Department of Education as well. And so we want to make sure that we are continuing to provide our students real-world experiences out in the workforce so that they're ready for jobs when they leave high school. And then our last goal here is increasing the number of community partnership schools in collaboration with the United Way of Marion County to 3. As you all know, we currently have 2 that we're working on. One has been our most established one at College Park, the second one at East Marion. And so trying to add another one of those. These are very timely processes to put together, and so adding one more is a pretty good stretch, and certainly it's also reliant on our relationship with the United Way and other community partners, including the University of Central Florida, which drives this initiative, to be able to add that. Our next aim is to increase collaboration between schools and families to support student success. So we have two goals with this. The first one is to increase the percentage of parents reporting favorable perceptions of their opportunities to participate in school decision-making process to at least 80%. Again, this would be a survey that we are providing to our parents. It was already a part of the survey that we did for the strategic plan, and so we want to make sure that we are making our parents not only feel welcome at our schools, but feel like they have a voice within our schools as well. And then the second goal of that is 50% of our parents or legal guardians will attend at least one student academic activity. We have great participation at our sporting activities, but we wanted to really focus in on the academics. As we have great academic activities you all see all the time. We bring those recognitions before you, and we want to increase not only our student participation, but our parents showing up to support their students. So that could be an academic night at a school if they're doing a lunch and learn, or a spaghetti dinner and science night, having conversations with their teachers through parent-teacher conferences, whatever it may look like, but making sure that our parents are coming to school and being engaged in the academic process with their students.
All right, and that kind of wraps up thriving partnerships. One quick thought I would have is on this last one right here. I imagine we're collecting both of these items on slide 24 by a survey. I just think maybe adding the word 50% of parents or legal guardians will report attending at least one student academic activity, just so that the ownership is on the survey data and not on us, as a way to somehow keep track of that metric.
Yes, it would actually 100% have to be a survey. We talked about ways that we could collect it on our own, and it just became way too cumbersome for our staff to take that on and try to track that, so it will have to be a survey reporting.
So just might be helpful to clarify. And then my only other context I'll give, being the board member at East Marion, for the last 2 years, we've had the community partnership. 2, right? It's been 2 years. They still don't have a building. And so they're operating out of an empty room at East Marion, but they don't have a standalone site still. And it's been quite a thing, and we're working on it collaboratively. But I say that to just highlight, I imagine East Marion will not have a fully functional community partnership space until the end of next school year. And so they will have had the space for 3 years, but they will not be like the dental clinic and all of the components that we think about when we think about College Park. Those are not existing yet at East Marion. And so the build out and time it takes for spaces to be configured to meet the expectation for what community partnership needs. When we think about College Park, it's completely outside of their perimeter. People can come and go. They don't have to check into the front office. And so now figuring out how to backwards plan configure a space like East Marion to meet the same expectations College Park has been a bit cumbersome, especially because it's in the county and plumbing and sewer. And there's just been a lot of barriers that maybe we didn't necessarily think of. Not that East Marion is not the perfect fit for the program, but there's just been some financial burdens and barriers with addressing how to make it work. And so I say that to say, while this doesn't feel like a very big goal, having really sat and held hand by hand with East Marion the last 2 years of this build out, I do believe that adding another one and making it fully functional in 5 years is going to be a pretty heavy lift. And I would just encourage us to not just pick a school because of the need, but also pick a school based off of what the capital needs are going to be. That's been the biggest barrier. Ms. Usher and I have spent countless hours talking about East Marion because, I mean, we were looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars to put in a lift to be able to pump sewer, because there's just the way it was configured and making sense. And then we had a community partner who was willing to help, but it's been very complicated. It hasn't been easy. And so, anyhow, I wanted to provide that context so you guys understood that goal was still pretty hefty.
And I would just add to that, Chair, that during our committee meeting, Ms. Magamal was there, and I think originally the ask on our strategic plan was 3. and Megan jumped out of her seat, and she was literally panicked. She was like, oh my gosh, that's just not possible. And so it is a very heavy lift, a lot of cooperation. I think, I won't share what I think about that right now, but
Yeah, Dr. Brewer wanted to add something about the partnership.
And it's important to note that we are reliant on the grant that University of Central Florida provides through the United Way. So that's also another layer to this that is very important, and they have very strict metrics as well.
Which have heavy restrictions on capital improvement. So the biggest barrier to East Marion has been capital improvements that are required for the program to function, and we have essentially had to cash flow the capital improvements required to make the program function, because the United Way grant can't be used for capital improvements. And so it's just been complicated, and we're working through it, and we have lots of solutions that are on the horizon. But I just say all that to say, adding like a fully functional one in the next 5 years, I think maybe, not just saying like in our year 5, we're announcing our next one's gonna be at Stanton Rearsdale, like maybe it's, and that's just a thought, so don't take me to the bank for that one, but maybe saying like a fully functional community partnership in 5 years, I think would be maybe a more appropriate and aggressive goal, because it takes time. And so in the next 2 years, we would need to pick another school to then by the end of the 5 years have it really functional, is my only thought on it. Dr. Campbell?
So my hang up on this being a part of our strategic plan is in collaboration with United Way of Marion County. They currently, while we respectfully are changing our vision statement because we have new leadership in place, they are in a leadership transition themselves. And if this is not a priority of that new leader, and the board hops on with whatever that new leader wants to do, and so I don't know where that conversation is right now. And so I'm bothered by us putting something in our 5-year plan that names another partner that doesn't even know what their 5-year plan is going to look like. In my personal opinion, I don't know if there's a way that we can incorporate the community partnership model and say that in our strategic plan, and that we could implement it similarly, apart from a grant, apart from a partner that's outside of our, Public Ed Foundation, they're direct support. They are a direct support organization, and so when we put them in our plan, that makes sense. But putting an external partner, that's my first comment. You can comment on that. Then I have a couple other thoughts.
Yes, so we did talk about that internally, and I think the reason we have it in right now, I know the reason we have it in right now is because we already have the model existing, and it's existing with 2 of our sites, 1 still in progress, but we didn't want to totally abandon that until we really knew what the direction of the United Way was, but we certainly talked internally as well of if that does impede us, could we simply develop our own model that would get to the same end result that we want with this concept of a community school. And so that may be, again, as a living document, that may be one of the shifts that we have to make 6 months from now if we realize this is not going to be a feasible process for us.
Thank you. And in the same vein, and not to say I want to take out entirely a partner, because this whole thought process behind this is partner, but the very first metric we're saying here is the Chamber and Economic Partnerships Classrooms to Careers. Brand new program, can't guarantee that it's going to be exactly what, that they think it's going to be over the next course of 5 years. So I appreciate that we're wanting to incorporate another partner into this. I don't know how we feel about putting that and enshrining that in our strategic plan. I think and additionally, the total teacher participation to 100, when you have, I'm going to use a round number of 3,000 educators, that's a very low number in the grand scheme of what I think the goal really is. And I think we want our educators to have immersive educational experiences that are either community-based or what have you, like an immersive learning. Potentially that's how we word that, as opposed to actually calling it the CEPs, because it would be an immersive experience for them to receive. I'm assuming these are mostly going to happen in the summer, and so there's a lot of barriers to that, but also only thinking 100 of our teachers would be our 5-year goal. I think we want our educators to have immersive experiences way more than that. So those are my thoughts on how we might adjust that one. And then finally, on Dr. James' thought on the parent piece, and I completely agree on their reported attendance, but I'm also assuming that that 50% is an annual goal, that we want 50, so it does need to say that, because otherwise, by 2031, we're just saying that in the next 5 years, 50% of parents over 5 years will achieve that, and so if that's our annual goal, let's say it, so.
To your point about the CEP, I don't disagree that I think putting partners that we have no control over into our strategic plan causes a bit of pause. And I don't disagree that maybe changing it to like increasing a total teacher participation in immersive out experiences, and then we just set a percentage of our teaching staff maybe, and not a number of participants, but rather like 5% of teachers will have immersive experiences in the field annually, or whatever that looks like. And so that as the relationship with the chamber changes, or this program evolves, and maybe the name changes, and then we're not kind of hamstrung to then reacting to the change, but we all can identify that this is immersive experience that we want our teachers to have, and we're grateful for it, and we just want to continue to foster that however it pans out. So I don't disagree with that, Dr. Campbell. Board Member Thur?
Yes, I don't either, because outside of any entity, we know that's what's best for teachers. But incredibly grateful to the CEP and former board member McCall for, sparking it and kicking it off. So I understand the intention behind it, but I am in complete agreement with what was just shared. Speaking to the community partnership schools, it's so important to find a way to archive the lessons learned so that as we continue to move along, capital improvements, we all know, just cost more and more. Access sparked out to me, having the access be easy for people. And let's face it, we have schools in very rural areas that are old, that we know about plumbing problems. So this to me, actually, visionarily, if that's even a term, has me thinking about how can we construct buildings. We have a construction program, what do we need here? Do we need solar panels? Do we need composting? Let's open the door to some innovation here to say, hey, we could have a building here, but this is what it would need to look like, and we've got plenty of kids with great ideas that can help with that. It could be a great challenge project. It's a fantastic program and opportunity that we know is needed. So I'm really grateful that you brought up the challenges, that you've gone through, because that gets it out there, and now we can improve it and work around those.
And I will just say to that point, as we choose our next location, I think it's going to be incredibly important that staff, all staff, Ms. Usher included, talk to impact what the program could look like in real functionality, because East Marion has a ton of needs, but maybe Fort McCoy would have been more functional for whatever reason. And so they both could have served similar populations, right? And so not to say one is better than the other, but just from a capital outlay perspective and what we are financially responsible for to make this happen for the community, obviously it benefits our students, but it also benefits far beyond our students, our community. And so just really talking it to impact before we make a decision, I think would be incredibly helpful. Lessons learned. Yes, lessons learned. Monday morning quarterbacking it, absolutely. Other questions or comments about thriving partnership goal? Okay, well, we are wrapping up. Dr. Brew, did you have anything you wanted to add from a superintendent's comment perspective?
No, the only thing I wanted to comment back to the high quality instruction, we know that it's a direct correlation to our attendance. So the more one rises, the other one will too. And so we're incredibly just excited to see where that takes us, because students come to school and there's high quality teaching taking place.
Board Member Thur.
Thank you. That did make me remember a question that I did have circling back to academic participation and activities by families. I'm wondering what the athletic participation percentage is in activities by family. And we've talked about this years ago, but how we can parlay that into, hey, we're funneling them into a football game and there's some tents set up with people who speedily know how to get skyward, and say, get your students' grades and get a free small drink or whatever. You know, take the 2 minutes, come in the tent. Oh, did you know the juniors like 8 credits behind and you're expecting to celebrate the graduation? Wouldn't it be nice to have known that in the fall?
Yeah.
So we might as well. I think it's really important for everyone to support the academic activities, but let's meet them where they are. And if that's where they are, let's go.
Yep. All right. Well, this has been a very robust conversation. We appreciate Luke and Mr. Whitehouse for both standing and presenting for the last 2 hours on this topic. I think we've given you a lot of feedback and thoughtful conversation. Is there any public comment on the strategic plan update? Okay. Well, hearing none, we are going to take a brief 5-minute break so that we can just take care of anything we need, and then we will be back at 11:05 to talk about our charter schools. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry, that was a little loud. We took a little bit longer. We had to get some technology stuff sorted out. It is 11:10 a.m. We come back from recess. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Brewer to open us with a few remarks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We have Mr. Ayers here to provide the charter school updates for you, but I do want to ask for your permission. We do not have McIntosh school representation today. Ms. Walker is out sick. However, statute only requires that the board receive the data and the presentation format. So my ask for you is, can we proceed with McIntosh's presentation today, or do you want us to return and have her present in front of you at a future work session?
I would say let's knock it out and get it done. That's my perspective. Board?
Agree.
All
right.
Okay.
Just to clarify, there won't be an actual presentation. You have the documents in front of you, so it's not, I won't present that for them. You have it.
The presentations are uploaded to board docs for the public to view.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ayers.
We'll just circle back to it at the very end in case anyone wants to provide comment about it. Okay? Floor is yours, Mr. Ayers.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Good morning, Board Chair, school board members. State Statute 100.33 requires that charter schools provide an annual report to the sponsor. This report includes student achievement, performance data, financial status, information about facilities, including any planned future facilities, and information about the charter school personnel, including certification information and salaries, and any benefits provided. The actual reports, along with current demographic information for each charter school, are posted to board docs. Each charter school is here this morning, minus McIntosh, to present its report. There is one change, again, that Dr. Brewer had mentioned, that the McIntosh area school is not here due to illness. It looks like, Kevin, looks like we're going to have a presentation up on the big screen, so this is good. At this time, I would like to introduce Miss Allison Hennerman. She's with Marion Charter School to present their report.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
You have the clicker.
Yeah, it should say Marion Charter.
Feel free to get started, and who's going to...
Okay. Well, on the first slide, we put our Sharks logo. We haven't included that before.
I'm sorry, Mr. Christian, we can't, the microphone, can you check her microphone?
She's got to speak into it. She's
Or
waiting.
maybe bring down the microphone?
Stand in front.
Okay, I'll try again. How's that?
That's better.
Okay. On our first slide, we included our Sharks logo. We haven't included that in the past. It's just very important that the kids love it. And we have t-shirts and sweatshirts and jackets so that they can show pride in their school when they wear them. So, can you guys have a copy of this, right?
Yes,
So
we all have a copy,
Okay,
so even
okay.
if it's
All
not
right.
up, we can follow along with you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so on the second slide, mainly all of this has stayed the same. We have the same amount of units, and our administrator has stayed the same, and the board chair has stayed the same. Our mission statement, I just want to point out that the part where it says for them to be lifelong learners that value themselves and others. And I just think that's such a key part of it. So I just wanted to point that part out. On the next one, yay, good news. We've been working on, we had our buildings paid off, and in the past, you guys were asking, well, when are you getting the new one? And so that has all started in the works. We've had meetings with the banks and are working on a civil engineer to come to the site and have toured what the buildings would be like. So that process is actually rolling, yay, we got there. And on the financial information, we're well in the positive, so that also is good news. Down the next slide, our school grade, we are B again, and you can see our percentages there. Let's see. Okay, and on the next one, we have more data, and it's so interesting to me when I look at this data. You know, you have, the mid-year is such an interesting, the PM2 is such an interesting thing. Sometimes kids are doing wonderful, and other times they're going, oh no, you know. And when I look at this, you know, versus how our third grade just did the other day, and they did amazing. So, you know, sometimes it doesn't always show what the ending result is going to be. And then the next page is our fourth and fifth. I don't know if you have any questions on that. Again, like I said, PM2 is very interesting because, you know, suddenly, you know, you come around that corner, and being that it is right before and right after break, you know, like you were either testing before or after. And sometimes I think they're already on break or they're still on break when PM2 happens. So on the next slide, I included that so that you could see what our SHARCs are. They're smart, high achieving, responsible, kind students. And that's what the SHARCs stand for. So on the next slide, the attendance, you guys asked me last time when we were here. You had congratulated us on our attendance, which our attendance is still good, and there's a bunch of different things that we do, so I just figured that I would share. So that is Captain Clark the Shark, going along with our SHARCs, and whatever classroom has the best attendance that week we have a big Clark the Shark, and Clark the Shark goes to their classroom, and so they get to have Clark the Shark for the week. And so, you know, we have all different like incentives, random from each class, $5 Shark Buck. Again, the Sharks are in there with our money system, so $5 Shark Buck for a kid from each classroom that's on time that day. So, and then another cool one too, you guys will probably like, is that we've got shout outs from you about our attendance when it was good. And Ms. Wells has used that as an incentive and put that in our newsletter. Hey, the district congratulated us on, you know, on our attendance and whatnot. So you guys are an incentive as well. On the next slide, we celebrate every child's birthday. Again, we're a small school, so sometimes there's pros and cons to everything, right? So because we're a small school, we can celebrate every child's birthday. They get a birthday pencil certificate, and we give each child a book. So, and they love it. They absolutely love it. So, and then this year, make sure I'm not missing one. So to keep it interesting, is that where, I'm sorry, it's double-sided, so I'm flipping around here. So this is included because our teachers are really good at, you know, the engagement part of it, like getting the kids interested in the learning. This was actually a big review activity, and they dissected each of the skills and, you know, had the whole classroom set up with the operating room sheets and whatnot, and, you know, all the kids were super excited. So, you know, keeping it interesting. Then the fans, we were part of the fans this year, and it was great. They were wonderful. They came out and helped do the garden and everything, and it was a really good experience. The kids love it. They love that they are such a big part of it, and they're growing things. They're just amazed as they see them come up and everything. And we included the pumpkins because we had an interesting thing of our own where a fall activity turned into part of the fans' garden. So we, you know, buried the pumpkins and they grew and whatnot. It was great. So And then field trips, I heard earlier you guys mentioned the field trips. We still do a lot of field trips, and they're planned at the beginning of the year. We just do a wide variety of field trips. So on the project-based learning, there's so many different skills in this project that, so like the science of the canopic jars, went into science experiments of, mummifying apples and, which recipe works the best. And so there was a lot of science with the origami that the pyramid is built out of, the math of the origami and how it's used. It's not just paper folding, it's used, like on the space station. So it's very useful. So a unit on origami and then applying it to something. The language part is the Rosetta Stone in the back. I don't know if you guys can see that well enough, but doing a Rosetta Stone and talking about the importance of the language and everything. And then building the coffin, the engineering and the math that it took to build the coffin. So there was a lot of the skills and then put it all into a big project. On the next one, that's also the project-based learning, where so it looks like it's just paintings, but there was cryptography, where studying secret codes, and the math of actually mapping out. Each of these paintings has a crypto message in there, and so mapping out with the math exactly how to do that. And we did it with electricity, so we did it with little light bulbs. So we also did a unit on electricity before, and then put all of those things together into that project. So kids get engaged when it's like that. The math, the measurement I also feel like we need to do more of, because it's so real life application. So I loved how much measurement they had to do that, and the fractions. Being involved with the community, we do the Kids Heart Challenge. Miss Wells is amazing at doing that, and it always surprises me that we are able to raise so much money as a small school, as well as like the food banks and being able to donate and give to our community. Make sure. Speaking of our community, Publix, our school, there's a Publix right behind our school, and they are always super helpful to us. And we do a math night at Publix, and it's, real life application again, and all the different grade levels do a scavenger hunt, and they go through Publix and do some real life math with their families, involving the families. Okay, and then family literacy night during Dr. Seuss week. We do family literacy night, and they come and they get to do reading activities with their student at school, and they're all fun activities, and each one of the students also gets a Dr. Seuss book. And this last slide, the last slide is included because I feel like it sort of captures, I guess, Marion Charter School and what all the teachers are thinking. But so it was a note that was left on the board in the morning, greeting the students, and it says, "Today, I would like to remind you why I push you so hard. It is because all of you have greatness inside of you, greatness that can bring you happiness, greatness that you can share with the world and make it a better place, greatness that could be used to change the world for all humankind who come after you. Push yourself to find your unique greatness and shine your light for all to enjoy. I am grateful to have you in my world, and I can see the greatness in all of you." So, anyway, that kind of captures Marion Charter School.
Thank you so much for sharing. We are grateful for your partnership and how you serve our students in Marion County Public Schools through your charter school. We very much understand that you meet a need in our community, and you are a cherished place that people really enjoy. And so, Board, is there any other comments on Marion Charter? Board Member Thrower first.
Thank you, and thank you for the great update. Marion Charter just reminds me of some of our other schools that are just quietly doing amazing things every day, and we hear about them. But in general, you know, you're just making it happen. Now, what's your total student enrollment approximately?
Approximately, I think 215, might be up to 220, right in that range.
Right, yeah, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but maybe it was in there, but I missed it. And I noticed that with your staff, you only have one on temporary certification. You don't have anyone that's out of field. You know, that makes a difference, and staff longevity makes a difference too.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of us that have been there for a long time. But it's a great place to work too. So, you know, because the support, you know, you get support from Mrs. Axon. You know, she's supportive in your ideas, you know, and of doing things like we do, you know, the project-based learning and some of the interesting things. And will do anything she can to help us do those things. So, you know, it's been a great place to work. I've been there 19 years.
That's so good to hear, and the success shows. And I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate Mrs. Carter's class for earning Clark the Shark, and then also being champions of the food drive. So,
well, it's interesting, the Clark the Shark too, going from Mrs. Carter's class to the 5th grade classes, you know, and he moves around every week. So it's kind of interesting when they announce it on announcements, you know, everybody, yeah, you know, claps and cheers. So,
thank you.
Dr. Campbell?
Yes, I did find the numbers 217 according to your little report,
okay.
the report that we have before us. But you, as Board Member Thrower said, just quietly doing really great things there in the shores. And so thank you for all that you're doing. But I appreciate also you including your logo, because we don't get to see that. And what I love the most about it is all the words we just talked about in the Portrait of a Graduate are in your logo.
I was thinking that to myself as I was sitting there. It was a lot of, it was very interesting to listen to all of that. And I did hear a lot of the words, and I you know, I was smiling because it's everything we're trying to do. We're all trying to just help our kids be successful, you know.
Right. No, I love it. Citizenship, honesty, empathy, perseverance, grit and gratitude, responsibility, critical thinking, problem solving, responsible decision making, self-awareness. All of that is a part of what we are hoping all of our students have. And you're a little piece of this puzzle that is ensuring that we are, I was going to say helping every student succeed, but now we're doing something else. Supporting, I've got to get that one to where it rolls off my tongue. But thank you. This is great.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, who's next?
As he's coming up, I just want to comment on the Publix Family Math Nights. Dr. Campbell, I know we've spoken about that recently, and we see that more and more taking place in our elementary schools. So it's a great partnership we have with Publix. Thank you, Mr. Ayers.
Thank you, Allison. I just want to say that it's been a long time coming, them building their new facility. And so they've worked hard financially for that, and we're excited for them. All right, next I'd like to introduce Ms. Vanessa Baxley. She's the principal at Ana Colon Academy.
It's still morning, so I will say good morning, Ms. Baxley.
Hi, good morning, Chair Dr. James. Good morning, Superintendent Dr. Brewer, and board members. It's always a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Ana Colon Academy. And as we are wrapping up year 4, it's hard to believe they just keep going by more quickly, but we've had a great year, and our students right now are in the midst of testing, so we're excited to see where their scores are. Okay. Our mission and our vision and mission have remained unchanged. Our goal is to educate the hearts and the minds of students and families in an environment where everyone belongs, works together, and thrives. And our mission is to cultivate passionate learners. We want those students excited about coming to school and engaged, and in an inclusive school community in which individuality and diversity are valued, and students develop understanding and empathy for others through collaboration and active learning. our numbers over the past 4 years. So we've grown quite a bit since year one, as we especially grew in the middle school area. We opened, as you know, from K to 6 and then rolled up to 7th and 8th grade. This is our second year that we will be sending those 8th graders on to high school. And I'm proud to say we work really hard with the local public high schools to bring them to our campus. They come during lunches, they talk to our middle school students, look at the programs of opportunity. We really want to help bridge the gap for those students who are going in to the Marion County Public School System. They work really, really well with us, so we appreciate all the time that they spend to come out on our campus, as well as hosting our students. This is our demographic breakdown, and I know you have all of this information in front of you, but from our lottery, this is the selection of our students, and we're currently with about almost 10% of students at ESE, and just over 5 that have that gifted status. Our motto is sharp minds, kind hearts. And this is something that we are repeating more as the filter for everything that we do, whether we're working with staff, whether staff is working with each other, families, our community, and our students. If we filter everything through that sharp minds for that academic growth and kind hearts for empathy and understanding and working together, I feel like we can achieve a lot of great things. Our core values are inclusiveness, family involvement, constructivist approach, and social responsibility. How do we address student needs? So these are things, as we are growing by grade level and growing our student population, that we are really digging into more to see how can we help students meet them where they are, and really, really work with them on an individual basis. So MTSS and one-to-one device, and although we have devices and there is, the technology shift has been huge, we are really believing in a great balance in that. So kind of looking back at peeling back a little bit from devices and going back to basics and making sure that our students are getting the skills for that memory and that retention. We know they have to take testing online. We know that they need those technology skills, but making sure that we are delivering a good balance in the classroom. ESE support facilitation, small group facilitation, curriculum support and interventions, using that benchmark data constantly to meet with teachers and teams to look at where we are and how we need to move things for our students. After school tutoring with teachers. And so this is something that a lot of our teachers, we've asked in the past, just 1 or 2 days a week, pull those groups that you feel like could benefit. But many of them also volunteer to do this. It's within their work hours. Sometimes they're a little bit later, but they offer to do that because they want to see the success in their students, and we have noticed a difference. And then volunteers coming in as well. I just wanted to provide a little bit of a snapshot of our K-2 data, where we are this year, and kind of what our percentages are, and where we've moved, and we've got that PM3 rolling in, and we're pretty pleased with results, but we're always assessing where we can grow and talking about what we're going to do for interventions next year. And then here's a comparison from 24-25 and then where we are right now, and very, very similar with our student percentages and areas of growth. And you know that we're watching those PM3s roll in every second, even as I'm speaking. Our APs are back on campus watching, and we're really hoping for that growth. And one of the ways that after PM2 we really focused on student growth was focusing a lot more on small groups and what we could do to assist in the classroom with that support. I also wanted to just share that our 8th graders have had the opportunity, we've given them the opportunity to take the PSAT for 2 years, and both years they've performed very, very well. Last year our score was 882 with the same number of students, 58, and this year 874. So you can just see where our students are falling across the globe, local, state, and beyond. Parent involvement, field trips, campus events. We have Book Nook volunteers. For those of you that have visited our campus, you know we don't have a traditional library. We have Book Nooks that are all throughout the school with different age level reading, and that is completely run and sourced by volunteers. They are wonderful. They are like these band of awesome volunteers, and we're going to be recognizing them later in the month at our volunteer appreciation. They make sure books are in kids' hands. They're very generous. They give of their time. They coordinate and support our book fair on campus, and we know that we can't do what we do without the support of others, family, and volunteers. And our parent involvement, that's an area for growth for us next year. That's an area we want to continue to bring parents and the community into campus. We feel like that's a really important partnership. We believe we're doing great stuff every single day, so we want to make sure our parents and our community members see that. Student life, we continue to support programs outside of the classroom. We know that learning is very, very important, but I'm a big believer of what some of the students really can gain impact and learning from outside of the classroom. We're fortunate that a lot of our teachers are driving this. You know, a program is much more successful if someone's not voluntold to do it, but if they volunteer to do it. And so we have a lot of our staff members that step up and say that they want to do these things for students. I have to give a shout out to our band. It continues to grow. And the exciting part for me is students come with no experience, sometimes in sports, in band, and some of the electives and opportunities. They try this. It's a safe space to try things. They fall in love and they grow, and they continue at the high school level. I'm super proud of our students who moved on to high school, and many of them have our students now in their band program or playing athletics. And you know, I attribute that to the great relationship of our teachers, our band instructor, with the relationships that we have with the Marion County Public High Schools. New to us this year, and again, another teacher-driven opportunity for our students, is Speech and Debate Club. So they are working really hard. Every week they meet, and we've just made contact with Westport High School that we are going to collaborate with their high school speech and debate club. So it's going to be a great opportunity for us to give our students some training and get them ready to participate in that program at the high school level. We're proud to have some DAR representatives who have been awarded and gone, you know, into the state recognition program for that. And as always, the fans' support with our school garden and greenhouse. This is an area that we continue to want to grow. Our agriculture program is definitely a focus for our middle school area. Middle school growth, you can see some of these opportunities that we continue to grow. We really like to listen to our students and talk to them about what areas that they would like to be able to take classes in, whether it's advanced classes or elective classes. We are doing our very best to provide a really whole student development opportunity and make sure that they are familiar with careers, the opportunities at the high school, electives, and outside of the classroom opportunities. So these are areas that we've really been focused on in our middle school. And again, some photos of our students and our motto, sharp minds, kind hearts. Again, it's something that we remind ourselves every day, we remind our students, and is part of our focus at the Ana Colon Academy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baxley. Board, are there any questions for Ana Colon? Dr. Campbell.
So when it comes to your athletics programs, is there potential for competing in the Marion middle school intramural? I don't know. I'm kind of leaning over to Dr. Brewer. I mean, I know that Ana Colon basketball team is not on the middle school schedule right now, and so I didn't know if that was in conversation or in the works, or even something that you had potential to do.
I do believe that you can expand on that. I do believe they've had conversations about that.
In all honesty, we have tried. I've talked with Mr. Tucker several times, as well as our athletic coordinator. It's a little bit difficult. It seems like just getting on the list and on the meetings, there's also a situation, like, for example, with flag football, it's been difficult for us to have had the opportunity to play on some of the fields that Marion County public middle schools are playing on. We keep working at that. The community's been gracious, so we've played a variety of schools. A couple of the middle schools have participated, public middle schools have participated with us in sports. It's something that we keep trying at, and so we're open to opportunity and suggestion to do that.
Okay, so whatever those barriers are, Dr. Brewer, I encourage us to overcome them. So, because there's no reason for us to not include you in that. I mean, we don't have other school. They're absolute depending. It doesn't even matter the talent, because we definitely, if your families would be willing to travel to wherever it needs to be, if they're playing at Liberty or playing at Fort McCoy, like they wouldn't mind doing that, I'm certain, and I know that it would just further enhance the opportunities for our students also to be engaged with the students at Ana Colon, because they're going to have to be in high school anyway. So whether that's at the athletic director level, or it's probably not at Mr. Tucker level, I would say it's probably at the athletic director level at the middle schools to welcome you into the fold, I would say. I think that would be most appropriate.
And many of them have.
I'm
We have
sure.
had the opportunity to play at other schools. A couple of the sports have been a little bit more challenging than others, but our athletic coordinator has reached out to those schools, and so we have been able to piece together some play, sometimes at our campus and sometimes at Marion County Public Campus. And like I said, some of the schedules are just a little bit easier than others to coordinate.
Understood. Yeah, I know that there are some challenges with that sometimes. I'll just leave that there. But I'm certain that would be a wonderful way to welcome you into the fold, like I said. Speech and Debate Club is a very near and dear to my heart, and I'm also grateful for the push that the state is having on that. There's big conversation about what that looks like, and even becoming more of a focus area. And then the last thing I wanted to comment on was thank you for mentioning rolling back device usage. I'm grateful that is a focus that you're putting out. I hope and wish at the same time that we can look more to that. There's so much more learning that happens from real holding tactile books and highlighting and all the things that you can do with real. I understand why the state went to electronic testing. I understand that we also love that, because you're getting that data back instantaneously. So as much as we don't like it, we also love it. So that's kind of one of those catch-22s, and keeping them able to know what it's like to test on a device, I understand. But rolling back device usage is something that I hope that as a community, as a state, as a country, that we all consider what we've done to the generation that has had device usage all the time, and how that has potentially impacted an entire generation on how they actually retain information. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Always good to see you, Ms. Baxley.
Thank you.
Board, anyone else? Board Member Thrower? Oh, Reverend Cummings, you can go first.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Thrower?
I will also say thank you for the presentation. It's, public charter schools I consider to be, part of our umbrella. I mean, you're here presenting to us today for a reason, so any opportunity to collaborate with other schools and work together is so welcomed, from my perspective, and I'm so glad to hear that your middle schoolers are getting those authentic opportunities and experiences and interactions about high school. It's just such a great lens to not have blurry. Two things popped out at me. I also pricked up my ears about the speech and debate, and it got me thinking, and you probably already are aware of this, but we have been huge supporters of the We the People curriculum, and it runs from elementary through high school. And we have our mock congressional hearings coming up at the courthouse here pretty soon for elementary. So it sure would be fun someday to see Ana Colon kids representing, with that.
We would absolutely love to be a part of that, and that's something that I can work with our teachers on to participate in.
That'd be so cool. Buddy Oswald is the contact person, and I'll be happy to email you what I know about it, but it's just been great for the kids and very creative and kind of hits everything that is the philosophy at your school. So that was one thing. And then, of course, the other thing that jumped out at me is the Black Stallion Reading Project for the fourth graders. Yes. Have to figure out a way, if you're interested, to envelop you in that.
Oh, so we actually do that. I failed to mention it, but
Okay.
Our fourth grade team presents an amazing Black Stallion Project Day. That was last week, and so that's their culminating event. And they had probably 8 different stations with a variety of horses, farriers, equine industry, doing presentations to our students. It was an entire field day outdoors. It was quite the event. It was a great community event that many of those from the equine industry partnered with our school for. This is our 3rd year.
That is awesome. You know, I feel like I had heard about that, but then when I didn't see it, I thought, I need to mention that, and I obviously missed an opportunity.
Yes, our 4th grade team led by Mrs. Karen Hayes. It's a pretty phenomenal event that she coordinates.
That's so awesome. Well, great. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yep, just good morning, Ms. Baxley. How are you?
Morning. Great, thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you for the presentation. Really enjoyed it. One of the first things I noticed is your one-to-one device that was at the top. So I was thinking that, and I just love that you followed right up with, we're working on finding balance, which is really tricky because so much of our curriculum and assessment is online. So just wanted to say thank you for the work that you're doing and for tackling the challenges that you face each day. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baxley. I think that concludes the work here. We're grateful for your presentation and the work you're doing in the community to serve us and meet our need in our ever-growing southwest quadrant of Marion County. And so we are grateful that you're there to relieve a little bit of pressure. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr. James, for the visit a couple months ago. I offer a campus tour to any of you. It's probably my favorite thing to do because I get to see all the kids and we get to see what they're doing on campus. So please come out and visit.
Thank you, Vanessa. I would like to just reiterate before I bring TC up that you're welcome on any of the charter school campuses. And so you can contact me or Ms. Jennifer Thomas, who's in my office, who has taken a lot of the load of charter schools on. She's awesome. Contact her and we can coordinate a visit of any of the schools. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. TC Matthews. She's the Executive Director with Ocali Charter Schools, and she'll introduce the principals for Ocali Charter Middle and High.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. James.
Good morning.
Board members, good morning, Superintendent Brewer. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not really going to talk today. I'm going to hand it over to the 2 principals. But the one thing that I did want to share that I always like to reiterate when I get an opportunity to speak with you as a whole is that it's our goal to always be perceived as well as actually be an asset to the Marion County School District as well as to the Marion County community. So as our 2 principals speak to you today, please know that it is our goal to serve the students side by side with the district in a way that makes it even better as we move along. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our new principal at Ocali Charter Middle School. Mr. Post is still with us, but he was promoted to our Director of Student Services. And if you know Mr. Post, you know that that is a perfect fit for him. So he is working with both the middle school and the high school in that area. So today I'm introducing our new principal, Mrs. Stephanie Scheib.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson James, Superintendent Brewer, and board members. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for the opportunity for us to come and share about our amazing schools. Ocali has been my home for the last 10 years, and it has been an amazing place to be, to grow, and to be in different roles, to work with amazing educators who are dedicated to our students every day. And it's meaningful to me and humbling, and an honor to continue the work that has been established by Ms. Matthews and Mr. Post as well. Our mission and our vision guide every decision that we make in our school. We want our students to discover their potential, know that they belong, and to develop the knowledge, character, and skills that are going to shape their future. Our students come to school with teachers who are dedicated to them and their needs every day, not just their academic needs, but their personal needs, because that's just as important. Our teachers go above and beyond to provide that meaningful instruction. They want to build strong relationships with our students and support them in both that academic and emotional aspect of their life. And their commitment is the driving force behind why we are such a special place. One of our major instructional priorities this year has been providing targeted support to close the learning gaps that students have, but also to maintain engaging and rigorous instruction. We are focusing a lot in reading and math intervention, so we are putting supports in the areas of ALEX and IXL, but also providing tutoring, remediation opportunities apart from just pulling small groups in the classroom, and then providing lots of project-based learning so that they can connect their learning to real-world experience and know why what they're learning is important. Our teachers are doing an amazing job at looking at the whole student and trying to close those gaps, but also challenging them and getting them to decide what it is they want to move forward on and getting their intrinsic motivation moving, because sometimes that's a challenge in our middle school students. We are proud of the academic growth that our school has shown. I've been with our school for quite some time, so for us to hit our A last year was amazing. And just to continue with all of the things, all of the supports, all of the culture that we're building, even in the transition from Mr. Post to myself this year, we're continuing all of those things and just trying to build it stronger for our students. This is a direct result of the hard work of our staff, our students, and our families that know that their life has value, it's important, and their success, whatever path they're on, is important to us too. Our teachers have remained focused on high expectations, intentional interventions, and strong student relationships. So our teachers have been collaborating with one another across classrooms. Our students aren't seeing math one time a day or only reading one time a day. They know they're getting reading in several content areas. They know that math is more than just the Pythagorean theorem or something. They know that there is real-world application, and they're seeing it in multiple different places in multiple different ways. Many of our students take a financial literacy course, and it's completely project-based, and they're learning so much about why math relates to their real life, and it's made a major difference in how they react to math, because a lot of them, math is just hard, and when they don't see the application, it's hard to push forward to make that growth. Our goals for next year look a lot the same of what we've been working on. We know that science is an area that has been difficult for our students to achieve well in. This year, we added extra support in that all of our students take a critical thinking course where they get extra support in science, looking at those key standards that are so important for them to know and getting it multiple times. So our students take this assessment that's over 3 years of material, and they're getting review on that material as they go throughout their 3 years through this course. We are also continuing to build on our positive school culture. We want to improve our attendance, the engagement of our students, and our positive behavior. We know our students are most successful when they feel connected, supported, and valued, and our staff works really hard each day to create an environment where they do feel that way. Our instruction and our culture initiatives work together for the whole child. Through our interventions, tutoring, project-based learning, our PBIS initiatives, We have several different programs within our school. We do a student of the month program where they're learning about different character traits and why they're important in their life. And those are aligned a lot with the ideals that they're learning through their habitudes that they get each month. And they have voice in that. They get to nominate their peers that they feel meet that, and they get to reflect on how they meet those characteristics as well. And then we also introduced the FANS program this year with our students, and that has made a major difference in them thinking about their fitness and nutrition and how that plays into their life and just what they're interested in, having more opportunity for being able to do those things. We are small, so we don't always have a lot of opportunity for electives, but we're building in opportunities for them to do things that they do love, and FANS is one that they loved this year. We also offer clubs, and those are decided upon by our students. They take a survey each year as to what they would like to see in our school so that they can be involved in things they love. And so we're just trying to create opportunities for them to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. I'm incredibly grateful to our teachers and our staff and just the community that they have built within our school and how our students are growing and how they know they have a voice and they can come to their teachers and they can come to the staff and they can voice who they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was actually, when you first came up, I was like, wait, what happened? So I was a little caught off guard because we've been used to seeing Mr. Post, but it's been wonderful to see you, and it sounds lovely that in the things you are doing on the campus, it is really a very special place, and you all are doing tremendous work there. I hear nothing but compliments in the community about what is happening there, and so that says a lot, because in today's day and age, people are not quick to offer compliments, but more to offer critique, and so I hear lots of positive things. Board, comments about Ocali Charter Middle? Dr. Campbell.
Sure, and I saw Mr. Post this weekend, so I already knew he had a little bit of a different title change or what have you, but I didn't get to delve in very much. But congratulations to you. Welcome here. I think my question is always kind of the same every year, because you're servicing about 60 students per grade level. Same thing with middle school at Ana Colon, about 60 students per grade level. Do you feel that's the sweet spot? I know that you're only as able to grow and expand as the space allows, and that continues to be a conversation that I'm curious about when it comes to what you all are offering, because it is a model that families are seeking and that our families are interested in. We know that our middle school it's our lowest enrolled area, and we know that, and so we need to figure out what that looks like for us too. But I'm curious to know what that looks like. I see TC behind you to give me that information. I mean, over the 6 years that I've been here, we've had lots of different conversations of what that looked like before you had the high school, like all the things as far as building and space. And you're obviously doing really great things, and the students are really expanding their learning and evolving. And I'm excited to see the growth that you've made. Certainly getting to the A is, I mean, hey, you're there. So now maintaining it, I know, is the next phase, and that's the next thing to talk about. But it seems like you've got all the tools in place to make that happen. Are there growth plans, or are you comfortable with the spot you're in?
Well, we are comfortable with the spot we're in. However, Dr. Campbell, if we could dream the big, hairy, audacious goal, the BHAG, it would be to take the model that we've created, duplicate it, pick it up, and sit it next to almost every one of your middle schools. And here's why. There's a very strategic population of students that we serve, and we serve them well. And so to be able to bring them from your, quite honestly, overcrowded middle schools into a location where everybody knows their name, and they're always glad they came. And I heard somebody chuckle when I said that.
There's a song in there somewhere.
Right, well, it gave up all of our ages there, didn't it? I think would continue the mission of being an asset to Marion County School District and to our community. So that's a goal that's out there. There's not a timeline attached to it as of yet, but if you think of it almost in a franchise approach, where we take the model and we just drop it throughout our district, we could conceivably support about 1,000 of your middle school students when all was said and done.
Thank you for that. I think that's interesting and helpful information at the same time. When I think of this whole day of presentations and I think of our peers around the state, what our usage of charter schools in Marion County looks like is so significantly different. And not having adversarial relationships and understanding the partnership and the value that each one of you brings to the uniqueness of what we need for students in this day and age. I'm grateful for it. I remember hearing before I was ever a school board member, a former Florida School Board Association president say, charter school students are our students, because you are. And that hasn't always been the mindset around the state and like in our peers' seats. And so as we continue to see, because honestly, we know what charter school looks like as the Family Empowerment Scholarship continues to grow. That's taking money from you too. And so as those dollars continue to go to private schools, homeschools, what have you, let's show them what a model looks like that's still a public school where they can still have learning with others and peer groups and all. And I think that potentially what your big, hairy, audacious goal, looks like is a conversation that we need to collectively have as a school board as to what it looks like as we continue to progress in facilities planning and how, I don't want to say we compete goals. I want those goals to be aligned continually. And I know you already have a high school. I don't believe, as I've talked to the folks from Ana Colon, I'm sorry, Ms. Baxley's still here, so I'm pointing back to her, that they have a plan for a high school. I don't know that that is something on their radar. You guys do. What does that look like if we did have another charter high school come to town? Right. And there's just big conversations to be had, and that's that long-term, we're talking strategic plan today, but long-term planning, long-term goal as our community is growing. I mean, it may not always, but if we get that 500,000 mark and they're not all 70-year-olds anymore, and they're bringing, or even if they are, they're bringing their grandchildren with them now.
Right.
So what does that look like as we continue to service the educational needs of Marion County students?
And I would say your thought process is so spot on, to be proactive in how Marion County School District is going to interact, support, manage, because there is a piece of what you do is managing the charter schools, so that when and if it becomes a very large part of your district, it's being done really well. And so that proactive thought process, Dr. Campbell, is so spot on. And of course, I'll always talk about it. Like, that's kind of my passion. The other piece I'll say to you is, from the charter school side of the world, I always hear how lucky I am to be in Marion County and what a great job our district does with the support that they give us. And I give that credit not only to all of you, but to Stephen Ayers. He has done an exceptional job building honest, truthful, and safe relationships with us in such a way that we utilize your school district and your expertise to ensure that your students are getting the very best of the best, even though they're going to our charter school. So those kudos go to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, any further remarks regarding the middle school?
No.
Board Member Thor? Okay.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. It's just such a pleasure to be able to have these open conversations, to think about the future, and see our students succeed. So just really, I want to thank you for your commitment to what you do and the success of your school and your staff, and your students and the families also that support you. So just really grateful to be in partnership in education.
Thank you.
Board Member Thor, did you have something?
Yes, just quick. Likewise, society is moving so quickly these days, and there's a lot of room for innovation, and that doesn't have to feel threatening or dangerous. It is an opportunity to work together and be willing to be nimble and be willing to think about outside. Some people call it a box. I don't think there is a box. There shouldn't be a box. To just try to provide the best services to kids that we possibly can, and do it in a way that, you know, honors their needs and makes it affordable and sets the example for what true partnership looks like. So I hope as time goes on, and these opportunities continue to present themselves, that collaborative conversations like we've had all morning, and including right now, will continue at scale. So thanks again for all you do. Congratulations on your A. Pulling for you for an A+. I don't know if there is one, but you deserve it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the high school.
Yep, you got one more to go. So Ocali Charter's focus is on this: the right people doing the right thing at the right time, in the right place, with the right attitude. Mrs. Scheib is a great example of that, but another great example of that is Miss Elizabeth Brown. So we are on year 3 of probably the hardest thing I've ever done. So to whomever, if they ever bring another charter high school to our area, hats off to them, because it is a beast with many, I keep thinking like an octopus, right, that can wrap you up. Tentacles. Yes. That's the word I was looking for. So without further ado, Mrs. Brown, Ocali Charter High School.
It is now afternoon, so good afternoon, Miss Brown.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Dr. James, Superintendent Dr. Brewer, and esteemed school board members. I am Elizabeth Brown, and I am the proud principal of the Eagles at Ocali Charter High School and have been there for 3 years. I would like to start by saying that while Mrs. Matthews says that opening a high school is a beast, I'm also a proud leadership product of Marion County Public Schools, having retired several years ago before taking on this adventure. And it is the mentorship of your current deputy superintendent as well as your superintendent that made it not quite so much a beast. And so welcome to our high school. I am so glad to take you on a very quick virtual tour of what we have been doing for the past 3 years and our goals moving forward. We are currently at 143 students. That is quite a bit of growth since last year, and magnificent growth, almost doubled since our first year together in the building. Every year for the staff, we have a one-word theme, and this year's theme was resilience, and that was bringing 100% of yourself every day, every minute to our students so that they have all the learning opportunities that they need to pursue their pathway to success, not only academically, but also socially. Our three-word theme, which is something that I've done as a principal for the past 9 years, is Your Mindset Matters. And we have been very focused on that growth mindset with our seniors specifically, but also with our underclassmen as they begin to tackle all of the different opportunities that await them post-secondary. But our driving factor of our high school remains that our Eagles soar. And so SOAR stands for student successes, student opportunities, student achievement, and student readiness. And I am thrilled to share with you kind of how we make that happen every day once you walk into our doors. So our instructional delivery method, we are very pleased to present dual enrollment opportunities for our students through the College of Central Florida, as well as OJT opportunities. We have a robust CTE program that is already in place, and we are bringing another one next year, which I'll be talking about soon. This year, we offered 5 advanced placement courses through College Board. Next year, we will be offering 7 advanced placement courses through College Board. Obviously, we take a very holistic approach to our student growth, not only academically, but socially. And one of the classes that we added this year that I'm extremely proud of, and actually goes back to one of the strategic plan goals that you have, is we added our guidance counselor leading a class of peer counseling. And so our students in that class have learned how to work with other students, and after surveying our students, they meet monthly with a group of students, and they lead that group, conflict resolution, positive choices, and how to say no to substance abuse. Those were the 3 top topics that our students wanted to work with, and so we do have that peer counseling in there. As we kind of began to look at our data, it goes hand in hand with our instructional delivery method. We, again, since last year, are still using our Journey to Success plan. This is a living, breathing plan that we update almost on a weekly basis, where we are continuously going back, gauging the latest data. We do use the district DPMAs as well as PM1 and PM2 to lead and guide all of our instruction. We conduct, and this is where I was mentored heavily by your deputy superintendent, our data digs are monthly, where we are digging into not only that tangible data that you can see on paper, but also our at-risk students, what we know may be going on at home, what we know may be going on in the classrooms, or even in relationships that they have on our campus, and how can we holistically serve that student from beginning to end, from when they walk into our doors until they finally walk out at graduation. And so you will see that our data is trending upward. We were a D our first year. Last year we were our C, and we are chasing that B just as hard as we can, knowing that someday Ocali Charter Schools will give you 2 A schools. And that is our goal. We will not stop until we get there. And then once we get there, we will start looking for that A+. We feel like maybe that needs to be a piece of the pie as well. So just looking at the PM3 for reading coming in, we are strong, specific with our learning gains of the lowest quartile, which brings us right back to that Journey to Success plan. One of the pieces of that plan that has been so strong is that we have 2 highly qualified teachers, one of which serves as the principal, pulls out small group instruction, and we do it each week. And so every week I have the honor and the privilege of meeting with my lowest quartile students in 9th and 10th grade reading. And we go back, and I work directly with our intensive reading teacher, and I go back to whatever she has been teaching that week, and we dive a little bit deeper into it, and we get a lot stronger through that. And there's a lot of classroom conversation. And as the principal, it's one of the pieces that I enjoy the most, is being able to step back into the classroom. Last year we did have a teacher that left us halfway through the year. Felt like preschool was a better niche for her than high school. And I ended up stepping in and teaching that class 50% of the time. And I can tell you, stepping back into the classroom as a leader really reminds you of what your teachers need, but also what your students need. And so tweaking and continuously having the teacher input, the student input, and even the parent input on the Journey to Success plan, because we do present it at our school advisory council meetings. Every single meeting we tell them where we are with that plan and what we're doing with it, has proven to be very powerful. Our goals next year remain the same. We are laser focused on math. Math has predominantly been our lowest area. We were very blessed to have a highly qualified teacher in that classroom from beginning to end this year. And so we are expecting great things. In fact, I've tried to pay attention to everything going on, but I'll be honest, I'm watching our geometry scores right now, because that's what we did today. And tomorrow is algebra. So I'm very excited to see how our students have grown and become more proficient in algebra and geometry. Obviously, at the high school level, school grade is based on 10 components. Still this year, we will not get all 10. We are actually still looking at probably 7, which will bring one more component to the table. We very rarely hit the lowest quartile learning gains in math, simply because our Algebra 1B and Algebra 1 and geometry students do not make up enough of our number. So we're really, that's a goal, is to build our enrollment, because we know that our lowest quartile math students are growing magnificently, and we would love to see that reflected in our school grade. So we do get the lowest quartile learning gains in reading. Last year we were at 85%, and we are already very close to that without our makeup tests going on. So we're very, very proud of those students, and they are very proud of themselves. They don't have a problem whatsoever singing that from the mountaintops. Biology and U.S. history, we have raised our percentages of proficiency as far as our goals are concerned, and of course we'll find that out next week. So hopefully we'll be meeting all of those goals. Every year in our PDs, we do a school grade bid. I bring to the table, I don't tell them which grade letter it will be, but I bring to the table percentages, and I pass it to our teaching staff, and I say, okay, from beginning to end, whether you teach a subject that is tested or not, what part of this percentage are you going to be a part of? And they gather in collaborative groups, and they decide which ones they're going to be a part of, and then they bring their point bid to the table. And until we reach that final goal that I have, we have to keep bidding, and we have to keep challenging one another. And so that school grade bid has worked really well with our teachers to get them invested, even if they are not a state tested area. Our CTE programs are growing. Our Ocali Entrepreneurship Institute, led by Mr. Marian, this year it was almost packed. I thought at one point in time I was going to have to give digital video production and the whole DigVid team to somebody else, and he grabbed hold of it anyway. We have been blessed the past 2 years. We only put in one entry for the CEP Shark Tank. Most schools, well, I can tell you how many Forest did. They did right around 35. So out of our one entry both years, our one entry has gone into the top 5. And so we were second place last year, fourth place this year. And I'm very, very proud of our entrepreneurs in our program. Out of our particular entrepreneurship program, we do have 3 thriving, profit-bearing businesses now. We have a young lady that is running a bakery out of her home. She tends to serve our kids quite a bit. They always have red velvet cupcakes. Not real sure how that happens all the time. Then we also have our student that won second place at the CEP has now taken her business even further. She makes sensory toys for autistic students based on the inspiration of being stuck in the back seat with her autistic brother having to travel. And so she was always putting together toys to keep him busy and out of her space. And they took it to a level, the team took it to a level where you can customize a toy for your child with all of the different fidgets and textures that they need to keep themselves engaged and entertained and in a thought process during times of boring travel or just other things that they do not find interesting. And then our last, which was our fourth place business, is a young man that takes jeans that other people, blue jeans that other people would throw away, and puts his own fashionable flair to them and then sells them for a profit as a type of a thrifted fashion trend. And some of our students are now wearing his jeans to school. So it's been a very cool atmosphere in that classroom. One of the things that we have done to kind of revamp the program is with Advanced Placement College Board bringing about business finance, AP Business Finance. We will be bringing, that's one of the courses that we'll be bringing next year, and that will be kind of the capstone course for entrepreneurship. Next year, we also are opening our Ocali Building Institute. We currently have a very strong partnership with Habitat for Humanity. We had our original cohort. They were able to go out to one of the builds over near Howard Middle School 3 times this year. They were able to help raise walls, be there for the house blessing, and meet the families that were the beneficiaries of those homes and learn what it means to give back to community that way. Next year, we'll actually move this into a CTE course offering, 3-year program completer with the option of a 4th-year apprenticeship. So we will be moving forward, and already we have 29 students that have signed up and are eligible within their scheduling to be able to be part of that program. So we are very happy to bring in those partnerships. A very strong partnership with the Marion County Builders Association has already been built through Mrs. Matthews. We were lucky to have 4 of our students go to their, last week there was an event where they did interviews with all the different trades involved in construction available, and 2 of our students received internships through that. So 2 of our graduating seniors will begin internships this summer with the hope of moving into paid employment by the fall. So we are happy to bring OEI, Ocali Entrepreneurship Institute, and OBI, the Ocali Building Institute, is our 2 CTE programs available. Now is my time to brag, and so I'm going to. We are able to offer 18 clubs to our seniors, not to our seniors, to our students. The students vote on these clubs each year, and they have come up with some pretty wonky things in the past, but they are what they want to participate in. During our early release days, they can stay and be a part of clubs, and during each of the club sessions, we have a group of teachers that is tutoring also. So tutoring is always available on club days. It is always available every day if students need that. for them. Also, I know you asked about athletics earlier. We had 4 of our students play varsity athletics at your public schools. 2 played for varsity North Marion football, and 2 played for Lake Weir varsity baseball. What we do for our athletics is we run intramurals in the off season. So we're a little different. If you come to us in the fall, next fall we'll have boys and girls basketball. We do try to stay along with Title IX, even though it's just intramural. If you come to us during the winter, you will then see softball and baseball, which is unusual because we need to play in the off season. Otherwise, we risk taking away students' eligibility time. And then in the spring, which we did this year, we had girls and boys flag football, as well as our first cheer team. So we just did our flag football championship. The students really like building the teams and playing against one another, and the sportsmanship is very good. So we're able to do that. And thanks to Mrs. Matthews and her creativity, we're able to actually deliver our students to the public high schools of Vanguard, Lake Weir, and Forest to play varsity sports so that they can get there in time for practice, even if they don't have transportation. So if they play for those 3 schools, we're able to get them there. We are growing in our need for student leaders, and so this year we had 19 Student Government Association members. Next year we have 43 students that want to be in there. Once I give our SGA teachers some oxygen, we're going to figure out how we can make that happen because they are all student leaders. Because of my affiliation with FASA and NASSP, the Florida Association of School Administrators and National Association of Secondary School Principals, SGA has a goal next year of being very involved. They are already planning to fundraise to go to the leadership conference in Washington, D.C. in February and take our leadership group there. I'll be fortunate to travel with them from a different point of view. And then they do want to go to Tallahassee for the advocacy days for FASA. So that is their 2 goals. We inducted our first National Honor Society class this year, and our parents showed up in mass for that. We managed to do it during the school day. We have found that anything that we can do during the school day, our parents tend to attend a little bit better. By the time that they get home in the evenings, they have younger siblings, and some of our parents work 2 jobs. So it's actually easier for them to ask for an early lunch to come and be a part of what we do than it is for them to try to get everybody back in the car to come for something at night. So we've tried to adjust some of our parent pieces. We have a very close proximity to Fordham Learning Center, so we are their reading buddies. We go over there once a month and read with them. We had 10 juniors that took the PSAT. All 10 qualified in the top 1% to begin their process as National Merit semifinalists. Perhaps the biggest brag that I have is our senior class this year. We do have our very first graduating senior class. There are 29 of them, and I will tell you that those 29, 100%, because they did not start with us, they came to us, a lot of them, quite frankly, out of homeschool that did not necessarily return to a full rigorous regimen after COVID. 29 out of 29 were off track to graduate. Now we have all 29 on track to graduate with GPA and credits, and it has been an uphill battle. Sometimes I feel like we have carried them. Sometimes I feel like they've had to come in and remind me, I'm gonna do this, I promise. The only ones that I would say are off track, and we sit an 83% grad rate right now. The few that are not included in that graduation rate, it is the state assessment. And that's what we're still working on. In fact, they were doing geometry retakes today. We've brought in the CLT, we've done the school day ACT and SAT, and then we have even done the waivers and provided rides to get them to a regular college reportable SAT and ACT. So hopefully our last 5 are gonna make it across that finish line. Our graduation is May 22nd at Church of Hope. And the fun part of this is actually continuing to still build our school culture. One of the big hurdles, and it's a good one to have, and building a high school from the ground up is that you don't have a culture yet. And so our Student Government Association and our students, their voice has built our culture. They picked out our graduation caps and gowns, and they designed our honor cords and our stoles. And they were all excited, to be a part of deciding what a graduation program is going to look like for us. And so as we move forward, it's already been said before, please come and visit. We are a place that you can call home. it kind of feels like you're coming home whenever you walk in, and you won't have to put up with me talking. We actually have our students, which is something that I learned from a previous student activities director. Let your students sell your school. And I can tell you, my Eagles, and I do call them my Eagles, come visit with them. I think that you'll appreciate what you see, and you'll appreciate the niche that we help provide to walk right alongside Marion County schools.
Well, thank you so much. That was comprehensive and also so bright and light and full of joy. So one of the things I will say, to be brief, but I know for sure used some of the unique struggles of starting a high school from scratch as we endeavored on opening South Marion High School. And one of the things that, had been discussed was, well, why are we opening it with all 4 grades? Why is it hard? And I'm sure Monday morning quarterback, you're like, it probably would have been easier from a school grade perspective for sure. And so we've learned some lessons watching you all as we've kind of gone into the South Marion High School development. And so we're grateful for you all modeling some best practices for us. And it's wonderful that we have such great relationships that we can use each other as resources to do what's best for Marion County students. So thank you. I open it up to the board. Yeah, Reverend Cummings.
Good to see you, Ms. Brown.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you hear me? I heard you say that your graduation is going to be your first graduating class. About 29, you said?
29.
And that's going to be on the 22nd. At what time?
At 6 o'clock at Church of Hope.
It's the same time as Lake Ware.
I know. It was hard to find a time that we could graduate our students that did not coincide with one of the public high schools, and so I sent out a senior survey, and Lake Ware was the only school that was not mentioned as them wanting to attend someone else's graduation. So we jumped on that date. Church of Hope fortunately had it open, and we will graduate. More than likely, Reverend Cummings, we may be done with ours where they could still see somebody walk across the stage at Lake Ware. So ours is much shorter compared to some that I have been through.
Definitely less traffic, right?
Yes, definitely less traffic.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rest of the board, Dr. Campbell.
I just want to say hello. Good to see you.
Hi, it's good to see you.
That I continue to love the idea that, first of all, that your school counselor is teaching the class for peer counseling. Absolutely love that. And I also know, even though it might have been challenging for you to be back in the classroom, I'm a huge proponent of modeling that adjunct teaching for any administrator, however that looks. And I don't know if Mr. Christian had this opportunity, but I did when I was in my undergraduate, that the college president taught my general psychology class. And he's shaking his head as well. And so it doesn't matter how large your title is, for you to be able to go and do something, even if you have student teachers or somebody else help you with the grading or whatever has to happen, to actually get back in that classroom face-to-face with those students. And that is incredibly powerful and important. And so thank you for modeling that, because I also think that's something that we need to pick up from you guys and watch how effective that has been. We've talked for several years, ever since Leah Bender was the teacher of the year at Westport. She had this students group that was kind of like peer counseling in a way, and we've taken that a little bit. We've evolved in how the CTE part of that looks and the coursework that they can take, but actually having a school counselor teach a class or model that for them is something I think we should pick up on. So thank you for that, because that's something we need to borrow.
You're so welcome, and that's a philosophy at both schools. When I was still on the middle school campus creating and planning the high school, I watched Mrs. Shive and Mr. Post step in, and even Mrs. Matthews step into classes all the time and cover those classes and teach relevant content. So it's just a philosophy, and it's something that I agree, there's such power in it. There's such strength for a school leader just to step back in and teach, even if it's just for a day.
Well, and how memorable and impactful it is to the student. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm talking about something that, Mr. Christian, like, it was impactful that the college president would teach our class. Exactly. And so to step into that space and to actually have that opportunity to learn in that way. I've had the unique opportunity in the class that I've just been teaching that my son has been in the class. And the things that he's been able to learn seeing me in a completely different role than he's ever seen me in before. Same thing as if a principal or a school counselor or whomever stepped into that classroom space and actually was the teacher of record for that day or whatever that looked like, how much more impactful that relationship would be with the student as well. I just see that being a huge plus and a win-win on all fronts. So thank you for modeling that for us, and we're looking forward to seeing how much you continue to grow and progress, because there's great things happening at Ocali Charter High.
Very excited, very excited.
Thank
Wonderful.
you. Board Member Thrower?
Yes, thank you. You know, the significant growth and impact that you've made in such a short amount of time is just a testament to the dedication and the compassion and the vision that you have, you know, to help our students across your whole team. And I also just wanted to thank you for the partnership with Fordham Early Learning, you know, to be able to provide that support and for our students to get a chance to see the opportunities that a career in education offers. And who knows, you know, maybe you'll have some students that could do an elective at Vanguard at their Future Educators program. We talk about this a lot, even more recently, about how we really are leaving talent on the table by not exposing our students to the world of education and all of the career opportunities within it, and seeing how schools really function. Our student board members have commented on that, you know, time after time. And I think it just also really helps build relationships between students and any school staff. You know, superintendent down to superintendent across to custodians. You have a lot more respect for what people do when you know what they do. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Well, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for having presence and doing good work in our community and serving a portion of our students who we are unable to meet as well as you are meeting them, and we're grateful for this partnership.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on our, actually, board, just to touch on Macintosh, did anyone have comments about Macintosh?
Not today.
Not today. The only thing I will ask Mr. Ayers, I don't know if we provide correction in these documents, but it does say they serve VPK through 5th, but I believe their charter application is only K through 5. So I don't know if the documents need to be updated to reflect what their charter application is approved for, but just something I observed. Is there any public comment on the charter updates? Annual charter from annual charter schools. All right, hearing none, that is going to conclude the annual charter update. Board, we can take a brief 5 or 10 minutes, or we can just power through. I think the next two things will be rather quick, and we can bathroom as needed. How do we feel about that? Powering through? Okay, so we are going to move on to the South Marion High School update. I welcome Mr. Whitehouse to the podium.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. So we did provide some brief information about South Marion at a previous work session and the need for the 3rd floor. So we want to come back today to be able to talk a little bit more about that and the financial package that Mr. Welsh has put together for us to be able to afford this 3rd floor construction. So I'll share at the beginning. Mr. Welsh will be able to talk a little bit more about the finances, and then Ms. Usher can talk about the timeline for the construction process. So as we noted before, we are opening South Marion this coming August, and we are projecting to be pretty close to capacity of the first 2 floors, which is just over 2,000 students in that capacity. And so we recognize with the growth that we're seeing in the southwest part of Marion County that we have a need to go ahead and start work on that 3rd floor so that we don't have to move portables onto that campus right after construction. And so that 3rd floor would add another 700 student stations for us, including 2 chemistry labs that we need that will be very beneficial. I know already talking with Mr. McAteer about it, he's very excited to be able to get to start on this if we can move forward, because we know it's a needed portion of the campus that we were going to need very soon. So we'd like to move up the timeline for that 3rd floor completion to start next school year. So the final construction should be done by September at the latest for this current project, and so the group would be able to then pick up right after that on the 3rd floor, not demobilize, keep the same crew on site. We've already talked through logistics of what that would look like to be able to do construction while school is happening on the 3rd floor, and can certainly answer questions about that. But obviously, again, this is something we know we're going to need sooner rather than later. So we'll talk just briefly about what the funding package could look like, and I'll invite Mr. Walsh to come up and be able to share a little bit more detail. But you'll notice one of the things we added on there is our GMP that we're estimating. We've increased a little bit, just talking through internally about some of the technology needs that we would need on the top floor. We felt it was better to overestimate and make sure that we've got enough funds to cover any potential needs than to underestimate. So you'll see we did adjust that up to $15 million, and Mr. Walsh can talk about where the funds will come from.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walsh.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse, Chair James, board members. Happy early Mother's Day, by the way, to all the moms. So yeah, I'm going to walk through the funding structure for the third floor for South Marion. And as Mr. Whitehouse indicated, we started this conversation with looking at a larger package, and I think we'll talk about some of those other components at another time, but we'll be focusing on the immediate priority, which is to get the third floor of South Marion completed and built out. With that being said, as part of our review of available funds, we were able to identify approximately $7.7 million that was sitting in fund balance through our 1.5 mils over a period of 2006 to prior years. And having those dollars in fund balance enabled us to move some things around so that we could free up the 2026 1.5 mils that was earmarked for the data center, or the Technology Information Service Center, as it were, and move that over to 2025 dollars and switch those around so that they would be effectively in compliance with allowable use. I know that is a somewhat convoluted statement, but basically the money was already there. It was sitting in fund balance, and we moved some things around so that we could then shift priorities to finish the completion of the third floor. Now, that does also mean that we had to postpone, as part of this, the Denellen replacement middle high school project in order to get this done. So there will be a shifting of priorities, but again, we do get a refreshed pot of funds next year, and then we will revisit that along with our capital improvement plan, which is currently underway. So I'll pause there, but I'll pause there for any questions, and then as you can see, we have a couple of numbers that I can walk through in particular.
I think let's just finish the funding slide, and then we'll pause at the end of the funding slide to have a discussion about funding, maybe to stay most focused. Is that possible? Is there anything else you want to cover?
So as you can see from the slide, we've identified the 7.7, so we're going to redirect the 3.8 from Denellen Middle School. We did do a restructuring of our investment portfolio with PFM, and that has netted, or will net, approximately $1 million more in interest income through the period of September. And so we'll likely be able to do a draw when those funds are needed. So all told, through these financial, as I like to call them, gymnastics that happen behind the scenes, we're able to identify $12.5 million towards that basically $15 million GMP when we include the FF&E that would be needed to round out the third floor next year. The remaining 2.5 or $2.4 million that we'll need will likely be able to come from impact fees. And so that is the plan right now. And as things change, we can always take a look at that. But right now, we feel comfortable with making funds available to proceed with architectural and design work on that third floor.
Okay, thank you. So board, let's stop here for a second and let's talk about funding, because I know that we had lots of topics and conversation about this last time we discussed it. So I open it up to the board for discussion. Board Member Thrower?
Thank you. I'll lead off. Thank you so much for doing a deep dive into how to make this work in the most fiscally responsible manner, and with keeping an eye on not continuing to borrow if we can figure out another way. I love your work on generating interest income on our stock portfolio, or on our portfolio. That is great. And I hope as we continue to move along, and I remember this when I first got on the board, because I really didn't know that much about, I knew it was really important to be very conservative in our investments, obviously, but that, you know, opportunities present themselves, and we need to make sure that we're being advised accordingly. So I'm really grateful for that. Getting back to the certificates of participation, even though, you know, I want to see booster boosted as much as anybody and on a fast track, the only reason why I would support using certificates of participation and increasing that a little bit is because that particular project does have the potential to generate income. It also has huge potential not only to generate income, but for community to participate in the ongoing maintenance and availability of that as a community gem. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time to peel back the layers of the onion, find out what alternatives we have, and then presenting it to us. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
To piggyback off of what you said, Board Member Thrower, there's a lot of value in fresh eyes taking a look at things. And we have fresh eyes, not just with you, Mr. Rios-Welsh, but also with some of your staff. And when fresh eyes get to take a look at some of our numbers, we are able to find and move things around and be more creative, because we all have different approaches at how we look at things. And so I'm just grateful that we revisited this, and we're also chunking this a little bit differently than what was presented to us. I'm grateful that we're going to talk about this now, and we'll talk about booster in a month, and hopefully we'll talk about a comprehensive plan that we requested in June, and we're piecemealing it so that we can have the most effective conversations as a board, because we all know we get a little distracted with our conversations sometimes when we have so many things we're passionate about. And so this is really helping us stay very focused on this task at hand, which getting this done is very important to make sure that our students are not in portables on a brand new campus. So I'm appreciative of the way this has been presented. Board, obviously I imagine we have other comment? Dr. Campbell?
Sure. So obviously piggybacking on Board Member Thrower, grateful that we're not borrowing money to get this done. I think, and potentially this is coming to us in the next couple of weeks, but the comprehensive look at how much we borrowed, how much we've already encumbered, where that money, again, whenever we just looked at the new elementary schools, we did have money that's essentially going back into COPS or going back in, because we didn't spend it all based on what we initially had planned we would. But then we had to change some of the projects because South Marion's costing way more than we thought. And so I kind of just a real deep dive on how much we borrowed, how much, down to the penny, what we have there. And so some of that is this data center, that you're finding that money, but that's not COPS. Data center wasn't refunded out of COPS. So anyway, I'm really interested in what that all looks like. I also am very interested and grateful that we're able to move some money from the Donnell and Middle High conversation, but then where does that put that on that timeline? And I was trying to find on the website, looks like we may have taken down the original sheet that we said, here's our prioritization list. Now that voters have approved it, I can't find that original one, because I know we've already adjusted it based on what we initially said. We were going to put classroom buildings in some schools, and we're not going to be able to do that. And anyway, so yeah, what do we have on some of that?
So as far as the timeline for the Donnell Middle High combo, it hasn't changed. So if you recall, we had within the sales tax planning, we have the 26-27 school year to do a study, basically a design concept study for the middle and high school project, and the request of the board at that time was to not spend the sales tax dollars, to do that internally with the folks that we have available. And so that money then became available for use for the 26-27 school year. But in terms of when we could start construction with the current existing sales tax priority timeline, that will not change for Donnell Middle, Donnell High School.
Okay, all right, that, just wanting, again, that needs to be clear for the community, because based on what this looks like is that we are delaying that and putting it off, and that's not at all what you've just said.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Whitehouse, for that clarification. It's really postponing of this particular pot of money, I think, is how I need to characterize that, so to be clear.
Well, but to his point, we were going to outsource because we didn't have a planner, a study to determine what is the best way to deliver instruction and plan facilities in Denellen. And now that we have a great planner, we're doing that in-house with our own resources. And so we don't need to spend the money on it. That's what this money was earmarked for.
That is correct.
Okay, terrific. Well, let's use the brains that we have here under roof, and certainly if there are additional millions of dollars that we can save from other brains under the roof, let's do all that we can do that there too.
It's a big testament to the staff. We have a wonderful staff that, as part of our capital improvement and transition that we've had since my arrival, we're taking a hard look at everything, and so this is part of that, and that work. That work will continue. I cannot promise you that we'll be able to manifest this large amount of money in the future. That's highly unlikely, but in this case, it did work out in our favor. So I do want to be clear about that.
We want to hold you to that you're going to find at least $12.5 million anytime we need it. So thank you, appreciate it.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
Other comments from the board, Reverend Cummings?
Yeah. This thing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rios, for bringing this forward, and Mr. Whitehouse, because I'm seeing that we're going to already start out the school year 77 students over capacity, what I'm looking at. But I want to thank those who came before, who were making these decisions concerning the Denellen Middle School project and the data center project, and being able to plan at that time has created some flexibility for this time, which is allowing us to be able to do this. So I'm grateful that we don't have to try to borrow money or wherever the money was kind of already set aside for something else, but it still keeps us on track to doing the things that we need to get done for the district. So thank you for
Thank you, and that is a very good characterization. I appreciate that.
Board Member Conrad,
And I'll just be short because I reiterate what my fellow board members have said. Thank you for your work. Thank you to your team for your work on this. You don't open up a PowerPoint and get a positive surprise very often, but this was really nice to open up and see that you had figured it out. And I say that lightly, and I know that it was a heavy lift. So thank you to your team.
Thank you.
Board Member Thur.
Thank you. Yes, 2 of the 4 or 3 pages were like the title and the ending page. It was like short and sweet and direct. Love it. Just as a final follow-up, we are in a new era. We weren't in a building phase before, especially not a very, very frenetic building phase, and just knowing we had so much to catch up on. And I'm grateful that the previous team was so conservative, with debt, and upon the advice and direction of longtime CFO Teresa Boston Ellis and her team, we were able to present with a credit rating that was stellar, that enabled us to be able to borrow a ton of money in a very fiscally responsible way. And something I've learned along the way is that it's not a line of credit. So it functions very differently, which makes us have to be even more careful, about how we're spending it. And with as fast as society continues to move, today's priority can quickly become yesterday's news. And so I feel confident that in this new era that we're in, that we're getting another home run in terms of leadership in you and your whole department. So thank you for continuing our streak.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Does that conclude funding questions? All right. Let's move into a schedule then. I think Ms. Usher's coming forward.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair James, board members. The objective is to have this all open by next school year, 27. So we have already started the discussion on design. We have been meeting with the architect. We have involved the academic staff, the science experts, Mr. McAteer, and design. And you will have an agenda item coming to you soon. We're hoping to have design done by June, July, and then we can go out with the bid documents. The contractor is already involved also. We're working with the contractor and all the logistics to make sure during construction that the staff members from construction don't intermingle with the school. So we're doing all the logistics, separation, separate parking. So we should have a GMP to you for the contractor by September, and they're hoping to start construction. They won't demobilize, they'll go right into it no later than November. And with this, the staff moving in June 27th, and substantial completion date on July 13, 2027. So that's about it for the update on schedule.
Okay. Reverend Cummings.
So, thank you, Ms. Usher, for that timeline and schedule. How is the construction going to, how is it going to interfere or play into the educational environment? Because we're going to have students on campus as they're doing this construction, correct?
That is correct. And the contractor, I've been working with him. He has provided me with the logistic plans that we're reviewing. They'll have exterior stairs. The parking will be all the way to the southwest. They will have specific access to get to the parking that will not interfere with the student parking or interaction at all. There will be some storage area, but it will, and then certainly with the noise control.
That was my concern, the noise.
Yes, So they'll have, and when I bring the GMP, I'll attach that logistic plan to it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Any other questions on the schedule? I'm glad we're doing it now and not in 3 years when it will cost more money, because ultimately it's something that's going to have to get done. That's what I think our joint meeting with the county commission in April, the plans we presented demonstrated is there's nothing but growth occurring in this area, and it's less expensive to do it now than it is later. So, well, that concludes the presentation. Dr. Brewer, did you have any additional remarks you wanted to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Board, is there anything else you wanted to add to this? Okay. Any public comment on this item? All right. Well, it sounds like you have the go-ahead to mobilize and get it going. We're grateful for the team's work, and we're grateful for our genie finding $12.5 million. So, we are looking forward to that. So we will move into our last very quick item, the Auditor Selection Committee. This is a bit of a formality, so I believe Board Member Thrower has some remarks.
Sure. Yes, as you all recall, during the April 27th work session, I was selected to be the chair for the Auditor Selection Committee. So I do want to provide a brief update. The good news is that while time continues to be of the essence, the current auditors agreement does not expire at the end of this fiscal year. Thank God, because that would have been I'll just say it would have been impossible to achieve that timeline based on what I've learned in my first meeting. So the actual date is the contract doesn't expire until February 28th of 2027. Now, that said, and since I was happy to accept the opportunity to be chair, it's still my intention to ensure that this process moves timely, so this work is obviously completed before the end of my term.
Understood.
Yes. So I'd like to start this ball rolling with formally asking Dr. Brewer for permission to use the following district employees to assist me with this committee as non-committee members as required by policy. I would like to request Rick Collins from the purchasing department. He will help us with the RFP, which definitely needs to be updated because the last one was done 13 years ago. So there is a full page and a half of changes that need to occur and be incorporated into an updated draft before we can even get the party started.
Okay. Do you want me to approve each one
Yes.
individually? Yes.
Great.
Approved.
Also, our esteemed genie, CFO, Mr. Welsh.
Approved. I don't know if he's just smiling right now. I think
he
he
has
likes
the bald
his.
head,
I
too.
think he likes his title. So
That's
yes.
right. Enjoy it while you can, sir. It's always a good thing. Ride the wave. Also, with, again, the superintendent's permission and Mr. Welsh's blessing, Stephanie Crowder, the director of finance.
Yes, approved.
Okay, great. And then finally, Michelle Riley, the administrative assistants, to help us move through this process as expediently as we possibly can.
Yes.
All right, great. I only have a couple more things. Number 3, in continuing the spirit of following Board Policy 6840 and keeping in the spirit of impartiality and expedience, I've selected 2 individuals that are not employees to serve as committee members for a total of 3 committee members, which is what's required. That's the minimum required. There's a couple reasons for this. I'm not going to share the names yet because I'm only 50% there in willingness. I'm just waiting to hear back from the other one. We are trying to get this done quickly and through the summer. So to try to manage with everyone's vacation schedules and everything else, if we're going to do this right and keep it tight, then I would propose that we keep the committee to 3. And with Mr. Collins' help, we'll draft the new RFP for the committee to review at our first meeting. Hopefully we'll come to consensus on that. And then I'll set the dates for the committee meetings. The RFP process will take at minimum, per Mr. Collins, 90 days. So even though it's like, oh yeah, we have this big gift of time now, if we're gonna get it done well before November 10th, which is now I know my last school board obligation, we're gonna have to keep it moving. So upon selection of the new external auditor, or if it turns out that if our current one decides to submit an RFP, that'll be a new contract. I will ask for the selection to be placed on the board's agenda for board approval at the next appropriately published board meeting. So those are my goals and intentions.
All right, wonderful. Board, is there any feedback or comments regarding board member Throwers?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Thrower.
She was the right one for the job.
Yes, thank you.
We'll
Yes.
get it on.
Yes, we're grateful. Thank you so much. Is there any public comment about this item? Hearing none. All right. We will go into board committee reports. Few things real quick. We have a school board meeting scheduled for May 12th at 5:30. And then we have disciplinary meetings for early reentry to take place at 7 a.m. on May 21st, and then an administrative briefing and work session at 9 a.m. And then I believe we're also adding something else to that Attorney Powers will read here in just a moment. And then the next school board meeting after that will be scheduled for May 26th at 5:30. Board, I would also recommend just reviewing your calendars. There are a lot of graduations and other events. There's also a Excel spreadsheet with all of the graduation baccalaureate information, and then a separate spreadsheet that has all of the schools and their graduation activities. And so those are helpful tools to use as we get into this very busy couple weeks of May. Anything from the clerk's office?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, then I will recognize our school board attorney, Jeremy Powers.
Thank you very much. I'm notifying you that Attorney Suzanne Green, or the designee of the DGH legal law firm, has informed me that advice is needed regarding case number 23 CAA 2722. That's Melvin E. Tucker versus the School Board of Marion County, Florida. Pursuant to Section 286.011 of Florida statutes, the Government and Sunshine Act, on behalf of Attorney Green, I'm requesting an attorney-client session with the board for the purpose of discussing the evaluation and/or compromise of said matter. I've asked the board's clerk to cause reasonable public notice of the time and date of this attorney-client session and the names of the persons attending to be published. It suggested the attorney-client session be held beginning at 9:02 a.m. during a recess of the May 21st, 2026 administrative briefing and work session scheduled or as soon thereafter as may be heard. As required by the statute, only the following individuals will be present: Dr. James, Board Chair, Ms. Conrad, Vice Chair, Mr. Cummings, Board Member, Dr. Campbell, Board Member, Ms. Thrower, Board Member, Dr. Daniel Brewer, Superintendent, Daniel Blackman, the Staff Attorney, Jeremy Powers, School Board Attorney, Suzanne Green, or designee of the DGH Legal Law Firm. I've asked a court reporter to record the session, also as required by statute. Her notes will be fully transcribed and filed with the board clerk. Upon the conclusion of any litigation and/or settlement of all claims arising out of the matter, the transcript will be made public record.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. I recommend the board hold an attorney-client session pursuant to Section 286.011 Florida statutes to discuss the pending matter. If there are no objections, the attorney-client session should occur during a recess of the May 21st, 2026 administrative briefing and work session starting at 9:02 a.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard. Does that sound okay, board? Okay, wonderful. Dr. Brewer, your comments?
I don't have additional comments, but thank you. This was a very thorough and comprehensive overview, and it was really nice to hear from the charter school principals. Sometimes we don't get to hear their successes. We, of course, do include them in all of our principal or our administrative meetings, so they are welcome to attend. But it's nice that they were able to showcase their school and students today. So thank you for this morning.
Thank you. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you. Yes, great morning, really uplifting, inspiring. We covered a lot of ground in a relatively short amount of time, considering what we had to talk about. And I think we're still going to hit our 1:30 deadline, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
As long as none of us talk too long.
Yes. That was a good plug.
Yes, a good reminder for myself. The only thing I wanted to bring up is that I noticed that a position has been posted to replace our Director of Facilities. I'm concerned about this for a couple reasons, and I would propose that we put this on hold until after we get our budget. You know, we've got schools that are just tightening belt all over the place, and yet somehow, you know, we're finding that with a very abrupt departure that we are going to replace that position, and even before we get our budget. I just don't think that looks well. One of my concerns actually was, though, what about South Marion High? But that project was always intended to have a third floor. So I'm hopeful that the design that has already been done, you know, will suffice us, and that we look to replace that position once we get our budget. I just think it's only fair if we're going to be asking, you know, all of our schools to tighten their belts, that no department should be immune. I don't know about the rest of the board, but it came to me just out of nowhere, that resignation, and people resign for all kinds of reasons very abruptly, and that's not something we talk about. But I am concerned about that. We need a very high functioning facilities department that's, you know, is able to bridge all the questions we have and be able to handle all the processes that can be really challenging. So I think that it might be time to reflect a little bit and hold off immediately interviewing until after we get our budget. So it's both a fiscal concern to me and also a timing concern.
Dr. Brewer, did you have remarks towards that or any comments?
No, this is the first I've heard that request, so I haven't reflected through that.
Yeah, I was just up here this morning. And so I'm
that
sorry about that.
With the building that we have in facilities and the work and the projects, that will be a heavy lift for the others in that department to take on those responsibilities. But I welcome your thoughts.
Yeah. Does the rest of the board want to add perspective? I mean, I certainly, we just cut another $1 million from the district office. And so I believe the district office is cutting as much as the schools are, if not more. Because ultimately, when the schools need something, they're going to come to us and we're going to figure it out because it's for students. And so I am not sure how Ms. Usher's department will function without this position. And I think it's important to remember, too, the board collectively denied giving the small raises to the individuals that reside, some of which in this department, who will then be taking on more work to do the work that isn't going to be able to be done because this position wouldn't be filled. So that would be my perspective on it.
And those were my thoughts too, that, I mean, the public may not realize, because they don't get online and talk about district cuts. They're talking about school cuts and cuts that are directly impacting our school staff. But we have cut already $1 million of district staff and also budgets. So I would be nervous to not fill this position at this time. So that's where I would stand.
Dr. Campbell?
I think it's an intriguing conversation to have, and thank you for bringing it up, Ms. Thurr. The resignation also took me by surprise, and I haven't had a chance to debrief as to if there is a justification to it, behind it. But I think it's an intriguing conversation because normally through attrition or whatever happens, it does give us an opportunity to at least breathe and do an about face. Are there changes to the job description that need to be made prior to posting it instantaneously? Would it be more cost beneficial for us to actually give raises to people in that department as opposed to filling this position and then instead turn and change their job descriptions and enhance them? I think there potentially is additional conversation that could have occurred that could have been a cost savings for us not to post it. I understand the heavy lift that it's going to be if we don't refill that position, but to not have greater conversation and for it to be posted immediately after the resignation, I think that could have caused us pause. So I'm open to additional conversation about it. I understand also the concerns about not filling it and what that looks like for us, but realistically, the length of time it will take us to fill the position probably will be longer than the time we would have the budget. So if we get the budget and the budget has it worked in, great. If we see that we need that salary and benefits for something else, then, or we can do it at a reduced cost because we're restructuring how the department's done. That's how I see it. So thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Thurr.
Reverend Cummings?
While I don't want to ever see the work stop what we're doing, I do think timing is not appropriate at this time. I do think that, we're doing some strategic things all over the district, all over with our staff, and I think sometimes we can send the wrong message to other staff members. I think we should possibly hold off and see what's going to happen with the budget, because we know we have to have a budget. We have to have some money coming in soon, and they have to give us a budget within the next few weeks, I would imagine. So and of course, I thank our staff for taking on additional responsibilities and taking on making the work a priority, but it's not always what you say, it's how you say it and when you say it. And so I think we may need to kind of look at the timing of this, filling this position and taking consideration of the budget.
Board Member Thurr.
Thank you. And based on the conversation, I'd like to offer just a couple more thoughts. Schools are being asked to do more with less, with no raises at all. That's one. And we talk all morning about how it's their direct service that makes them very impactful. I also would love for Dr. Brewer and team, Wantanisha, to have an opportunity to evaluate, why this person left so abruptly. This is a person that taught school in Marion County Public Schools, who lives here, whose kids went to our schools, who has been with us in a facilities position for 8 years. So whatever it is, I believe a little breathing space to review it and then move forward is appropriate, considering all the circumstances. And I apologize for not giving, I always like to give superintendent a heads up. This just flashed across my screen this morning that it was posted. So poor timing on that part.
And what I hear, Superintendent, is at least 3 board members would like to see, at a minimum, if this job is posted, that we're not filling it. Maybe we're interviewing and we're collecting candidates, but we're not filling the position, and so we have a budget and a better understanding of where we're going and what that looks like. Does that sound like an appropriate collection of thoughts? Yeah? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Board Member Thurr?
No.
Okay.
Thanks.
Reverend Cummings.
Thank you. Very, very, very robust meeting this morning. A lot of information. I was very impressed, Mr. Whitehouse, with the presentation that you and Luke brought forth with the plan for the future. think with the vision and all those things, very, very good. I just want to say this: we're what, less than 20 days away from school being out, and this is the time of the year that if it can happen, it's going to happen. And we want to encourage safety on all levels: students, staff, parents, community, everybody. I want to encourage safety. We're moving into this graduation season of graduation parties and celebrations. I just want to encourage responsible celebrations, just being safe. We know that we're doing some testing. I want to give a shout out while I'm thinking about it. We give a shout out to College Park Elementary. Last week they had a mentoring day with the pep rally to kick off their testing. Truly, it was a great occasion. We had different mentors there trying to encourage these kids for testing. And then they had a great big pep rally. It's been a long time. Last pep rally I came to was actually in this building, in this room when I was in high school. And so to go to a pep rally for Marion County Schools at on the court at College Park was really, it was fun. So shout out to Dr. Varner and Ms. Hagens and all the staff over there at College Park. But I just want to say that this is not the time for us to get lackadaisical or get too comfortable. We got to still be diligent in our safety protocols. We still have to pay attention, be alert to everything that's going on. Unfortunately, we had a tragic incident on yesterday. Our hearts and prayers go out to those families, to everybody that was affected, those who were on the bus and those who were off the bus. Everybody's affected by that, and the community as a whole is affected by that. So I'm just encouraging safety. I'm encouraging us to be alert for these kids to not take things for granted. Parents don't take it. Every day is a gift. Every day is a gift. So please be responsible. So that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude for you? All right, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. Very brief today. This has been a robust work session. Grateful for the work of the team for the strategic plan. Grateful to have now been a part of two processes with that, and that the fruits of our labor from the previous one are evident in what it looks like moving forward. Just grateful to see the progress the district is making. The charter schools are a part of that, and how they are a part of what we do and how we are having students be successful in this district. And as we approach graduation season and all the testing that's happening and all the things, congratulations again to all of our teachers. Thank you for this teacher staff appreciation, all the things that are happening this week. I know we're concluding this week being that, but the work that our teachers and our staff do every day should be celebrated every day. And so especially whenever we are rounding out testing season, and all the fruits of the labor that they've been putting in really is showing what that looks like. And so even if your testing is done, students, go ahead and still come to school. There may still be things that you could be learning and preparing you for the next year. I'm trying to say that to my own kids, what that looks like, because if you're just sitting in a cafeteria all day long because everybody else is testing on campus, then it makes you not want to be there. Anyway, there has to be a reason to have kids be in school. So we need to come up with more engaging enrichment opportunities for those. Maybe those are the day we have, career folks just pop into those other rooms to try and make it engaging for kids to want to be there. Anyway, this has been a great work session, and I love it when a plan comes together. Thanks, team.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Vice Chair Conrad.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few brief comments. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Whitehouse, and I just loved having Luke as part of our presentation this morning. So thank you for thinking of that and bringing it forward. So it was really, it's great. It's great. Love it. And I just also wanted to say thank you to Mr. Ayers as he partners with our charter schools. Really great presentations this morning with what's going on in our charter schools to support our students here in Marion County, and Mr. Ayers continues to support them. And so it's always nice, not just publicly, but when you visit one of our charter schools and they say, you hear it, they say, Mr. Ayers really helps, us get this done and get that done. And so just really thankful for our teams of people, our staff that help us get things done, help our students succeed. So that's all I have for today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will not reiterate all of what my fellow board members have said because you guys have really covered a lot. I have one thing I want to bring to the board. So we are getting a lot of requests for selling of our property, and then obviously we have property that we've discussed about that we may be wanting to think about what we do with it. And so in an agenda review and some conversations I've had, it has come up that the potential of figuring out what we're going to do, because I think we all agree the process we did for the warehouse, we didn't love it. It was a little messy. It didn't go perfect. And so how can we make things a little bit better? What has come up as a potential idea, and Dr. Brewer and her staff are on board with this, is doing an RFP to bring in a realtor. And so Rick Collins and his department put out a bid for a realtor to come on board. And so think of how we use Suzanne Green to handle some of our cases. We would have a realtor that works directly with the school board. So as all of these things come in, they then work with our realtor, and our realtor is paid with commission based on obviously sales, like realtors are paid. But then we don't have to deal with the minutia of how do we handle this. The realtor may decide we go through with a bid. They bring things forward to the board as needed in work sessions. And so we will be vacating the property at Central Elementary School this Christmas when the data center is finished. And so that's kind of the first thing that's a pressing matter. And there's been multiple requests to purchase that property and what that's going to look like. So the community is wondering. And so we need to start having conversations as a board about how we approach that. So board, I open that up to you all. We don't have to get into the details about it today. Maybe you want to think about it. But I think removing the board from the weeds of it all and letting the purchasing department through the bid process select not a contractor, a realtor we use. So then we have someone we're contracted with to work on is something that is palatable certainly to staff to make the process a little bit more seamless. So if you have thoughts now, feel free to share. Otherwise, we can talk about it in our next meeting. Board Member Thur?
Sure. I've let off a lot today. My thoughts are I'd like to think about it.
Yeah.
Intriguing.
Dr. Campbell?
I too want to think about it, but more importantly, I want to think about who would be the staff point person for that realtor. Because you use the illustration of Suzanne Green, well, it's obvious that she runs through the legal department because they have the same profession, they understand the same language. I dare say we don't necessarily have, maybe we have people with real estate licenses in the district, but nevertheless, and I understand facilities seems like the logical place, but it might not be. And so that's part of what I would want to continue to think on.
And there are some other school districts who do it. And so Ms. Brown has done some research in the legal department so that we can have some comparisons to see how other districts are doing it and navigating it. And maybe in your FSBA conversations you can ask and see who else is doing it. I think ultimately in the next probably 2 months, and Attorney Powers is kind of working on some stuff on the back end, but we have to figure out what we're going to do because we have some conversations to have about some properties that will be available. Attorney Powers?
Yeah. Currently, one of our problems is people will randomly contact and say, I'm interested in purchasing this piece of property or leasing this piece of property, and there's not really a process for that at the moment. What would have to happen is facilities would have to determine, first of all, what's the status of that property? Is it part of the strategic plan for the future? Is it something we're likely to be using? Is there some other reason why we can or can't? And they would have to make some kind of recommendation. Then I would have to bring that to the board as the leasing corporation attorney and say, hey, are you interested in selling off this particular piece of property? It becomes a very unwieldy process just right from the beginning of even saying, are we interested? So the advantage, obviously, of having a realtor we would do an RFP for a realtor so that it was fairly selected. But the advantage of having a realtor is that person can run all that middleman stuff. I think it still needs to have, obviously, facilities is going to be the ones to determine, because I wouldn't know. Is it part of the strategic plan? Is there a plan that operations has for this? They need to be able to coordinate all of that. And then, of course, we can look at how others have done it to find out what input needs to happen from the side of the leasing corporate attorney as well. But yeah, there's a process that would need to happen, and I don't, I can't comment on exactly all the details of what it would look like right now, but it would start off with the board thinking about, at least for the problem that we have of people who may wish to purchase a property, and how do we go forward? What's our best solutions? What options do we have?
Board Member Thor?
This is very intriguing. Would it be possible to add it as a work session item? Because I have some other questions that I'm already thinking about, and there's a lot of possibilities, there's a lot of opportunities, but it also leads us to a much larger conversation about what's going to be our vision and direction for our properties that potentially could be sold, and some of which are already being asked.
Yeah, I definitely think we need to talk about it. So, Dr. Brewer, if you can find space for us to kind of have a more robust conversation about this as a board, that's really just what I was looking for today, board, is to see about the future conversation.
And board, would you be looking during that work session just time to discuss it, and what staff would you like to have present for that? Or would you be looking for more of a presentation? Because it's not something that I really know that I have all the answers to. I don't believe it's something that facilities has answers to, but if we know enough questions or we're on hand, we may be able to discuss it at the time.
Yeah, Reverend Cummings?
If we're going to have that discussion, I would like to, in that discussion, for us to have some examples of some other districts.
Yeah. Yes.
Of how they are doing it, not just all the same model, but I would like to see the different models so that we can have a truly transparent conversation about it.
And informed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr.
Sure.
Brewer wanted to
Yeah,
share.
we currently have Hendry County and Lee County as examples, and I'm sure there's others, but we do have those that we can provide as examples.
And that would be examples of their RFPs and also a little bit about their process or procedure.
And I'm sure Mr. Collins can be here to speak to the process of the bid and what that looks like. So we will plan for that to get on a future work session agenda. Okay, I don't have any further comments besides that. So if you guys don't have any further questions about that specific topic, then we will conclude our work session today. There being no further business, we will adjourn at 1:21 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.